Hi everyone. Today we are building WhatsApp as a service. You will code an entire web app where you will be able to chat with your friends and family. Do you think that is too complicated or too long? I can assure you that in a few hours you will have your own WhatsApp ready to be deployed. How cool is that? You will be able to search for users and create new conversation. Later, this app will allow you to send messages with some nice emojis and also pictures, music, and videos. If your friends send you messages, you will see how many and when by looking at the conversation list, just like on WhatsApp. You can see when was the last connection of your friends, know when they are connected, and if they read your messages. You will be able to delete your conversation whenever you want. And, if needed, you can change your user information on this page in a very simple way. Last but not least, you will be able to log out and log back in thanks to the SSO that we will use in this tutorial. In terms of technologies, we will use Spring Boot 3 with PostgreSQL for the backend and Angular with Bootstrap for the frontend. We will use as well Keycloak to handle the authentication and the authorization part. The backend will use the Hexagonal architecture to give you the habit of writing clean, understandable code. We are going to write the code of this web app step by step, and at each step, I'll explain as much as I can so that you will not feel lost. In the description, you will find all the resources needed as well as the repositories with the frontend and backend already created. I'm inviting you on this amazing journey, so let's go. Let's begin with the generation of our frontend. The command that we will use will be ng new WhatsApp clone front. We will use the SCSS and we will use standalone component. So no SSG or pre-rendering. Let's wait that npm is installing the package. By the meantime, let's prepare to open with your favorite IDE. You can use whatever you like, but in this video, I will use IDE, IntelliJ. I'm going to open the project with IntelliJ. So it's here. Open a terminal. Let's type and install ng bootstrap directly. ng bootstrap. So no and yes. All right. Now let's configure Bootstrap. We begin by the configuration of Bootstrap. We will continue after this with the icon library, which will be for font awesome. And after this, we will configure a bit the frontend. So we are going to need some style. So I invite you to go to src and on style.scss. Here you are going to go on my GitHub repository, and to simplify things, you just copy paste the style.scss in my GitHub repository. So that's what I'm going to do now. And let's just comment this one for now because we will need it. We don't have the library yet. We are going to create this file right away, and you will need to do the same, meaning that copy paste it because this file is containing all the variable for styling our application. So we are going to create a directory assets/scss, and here we are going to create a file named bootstrap-variables scss. Let's add it and let's copy paste this file. As you can see here, it's the configuration file of Bootstrap, and most of this variable, you can find it in the GitHub repository of Bootstrap. I'm saying most of it because some of them I created myself, because you will see that we will need many colors or sometimes many margin that we need to share among different components. So let's go back here and let's see, I made a typo. Sorry for this. Bootstrap-variable. All right. Now that we have that, let's open the app component. Let's remove everything and let's try to create one component. Let's copy paste a random component. Let's launch the server. If you don't use IntelliJ, because for me it's easier here, you just open a terminal and you input ngserve and it will launch automatically the server. Now I'm going to open a Chrome. I'm going to the localhost 4200 and we have the working accordion. So we validate that Bootstrap is working. Let's now stop the server. We reopen a terminal and the next library that we need to install is FontAwesome. For this, let's type ng add. It's for awesome / angular - font awesome. Okay, let's say yes, font awesome 6, and let's take the free version, the free packs of icons. I'm going to minimize that. The next step is going to be, we are going to create a shared folder, shared, and inside this, we are going to create a font awesome icons.ts file. This file will contain all the icons that we will want to import inside our application. We are doing this because we doesn't want to import all icons inside all the font awesome icon inside our application because the bundle will be too big. So I'm doing the same here. You can find this file in the repository because there is no added value to make you write this file. Once we did this, we can go to the app component, so our main component, and we are going to initialize the font awesome library. First, we need the fa icon library. We are going to inject it in this way. Then we implement onInit like this. Inside onInit, we create an init font awesome method. And inside this, we will do fa icon library.add icons, and we just use the font awesome icon array that we just write before. Now that we've done this, the library is initialized. We can rerun our server. Let's check that everything is okay. It seems to be. And we are going to try to display one icon, whatever it is. So let's do icon and, for example, file import. Let's put size 2. Like this, we will see. And the icon is successfully displayed. Next, we are going to change inside the Angular JSON the prefix. We will put WAC instead of app. That would be much clearer for our component. And we are going to need to create a file for our proxy because we will need to use the proxy to avoid cause issue with our backend later. This file is the proxy.conf.json. It's just a JSON object where we will describe which route needs to be proxied. So that's a proxy that is built inside the Angular CLI. So that's very convenient for us. So it's API target. The target will be localhost 8080 secure false. And false is not a string. Let's open the Angular JSON. We need to locate the serve. There is only one serve. We add here options and proxy config. There we specify the name of the file and that's it. So this one is good. Let's just change as well the selector here and in the index like this. Let's go back and it's still working very well. We can now begin the creation of the structure of our front-end app. First, let's get rid of everything we did so far, and we are going to use grid to structure our app. Let's start by writing a div with a class of margin 4, main background, main grid. We will write this class just after. The ID is main. Inside this div, we are going to have a another div with a class whack navbar. That will be our navbar. Here, ID navbar. Then let's have another div, which will be the header. Then the conversation that will be on the left will be conversations. Okay. Then on the right, the chat, and here the send message, which will be the bottom bar where we will have all the stuff to send some messages. Let's put as well the ID to send message. All right, we have our structure. I will just put like here some character like this. We can know which one is what. So here, conversation, chat, and send. Let's go to our CSS part. Let's import the bootstrap variable. So CSS, bootstrap variable. Then we write the class main background, which have background color as background bg conversation color. And the 8 where we will need to use calc because we want that we use all the space visible by the user. So it would be main margin multiplied by 2. Then main grid with a display grid, a grid template rows with auto 1 fr auto, a gap of 0, 0, a grid template areas with the following layout. So navbar, header, let's do like this, navbar, header, conversation, chat, conversation, send message. And the grid template colon that would be 0.4 fr1 fr. The navbar class will be grid area navbar. Then we'll have the header grid area header, conversation, grid area conversation, chat with grid area chat, send message, big grid area, but we'll have a border left, 1px solid, and layout border color. And for later, we will have the toast container with the top 0, right 2%, and z index 1041. All right, let's see how it looks like. Here we can see that that's good because at each place we will be able to place just the component, the right component at the right place. But the architecture of the main page, because WhatsApp has basically only one page, is good with this configuration. Now let's generate our backend. So you can go inside the description. You will see a link that will start with start.spring.io. So click on it and you should have something like this. So I'm going to zoom in a bit. Like this you can see. Here we will generate our Spring Boot project with many dependencies. So the dev tool that will help us have auto reload, the Spring Web that will help us to build our API, Spring Security to secure our API, the Liquid-based migration where we will be able to create when our backend is booting all the table needed and keep track of everything we want to change in our database, the driver, like this our backend will be able to communicate with the database, Spring Data JPA that simplifies us the communication between the Java code and the database, the Docker Compose support that will help us to manage the lifecycle of mainly the Postgres SQL Docker image. Like this, it will boot automatically when our backend is booting as well. And the O2 resource server that will help us to plug and to communicate with Keycloak, the SSO. Now we are done. We can click on generate, right? When it generates, you can go to your download folder and open the zip where you want. So I'm going to open it. And so once you unzip it, you can find your IDE and open the folder that you just unzip. Once this is done, we open the pom.xml and we are going to add some dependencies that we couldn't with the starter of Spring Boot. Let's add it here. So Jilt will help us to create builders for our object. We will see this later, but it will be very useful. Now let's go to src.java and we are going to create a shared package. So this shared package will contain all the boilerplate code that the other part of the application will need. So most of the class here, you can directly copy paste it from our repository. So I will begin with the service package that is in shared, okay? And I will explain like class by class, what is it? So the statue notification and the state builder, if you did the last 2 or 3 tutorial, you're familiar with this. It's a class that helps us to wrap some object and to pass on the state from one layer to another. And like this, we have nice error management. So the builder is just to help to build this object. Okay. Now let's copy paste the JPA package. So this one is an abstract class that all the entities will extend, and it contains 2 fields, the last modified and created date, which is 2 very handy fields. Like this, you know for each entity when it has been created and when it's the last time that it has been modified. Now the error package, where there is many exceptions that will be useful for us, and some bin error handler to have some nice error handling. Then we will have here, oh, I think we need to add some package. We will do that later. Inside the shared, we will need as well a package named Authentication that will contain as well some boilerplate code. So we are just going here to need the application package and the domain package. No need to take the infrastructure.primary. Okay, so let's take as well the domain, right? Sorry, it's in authentication. Sorry, the domain is not here. All right, we have domain. And now let's take the class here like this. Sorry for that. It's domain. So those one are authenticated user is here to help us for authentication like manner, like get the username, get the optional username, read the principal, and stuff like this. We have 1 exception, 2 exception, and 3 exception that will be thrown in case there is some error with our authentication. Let's correct this class here because we need some other libraries. Let's go to the pom.xml and let's add a dependency that will be the Spring Boot validation starter. Okay, refresh the pom and it's gone. Nice. Let's close the shared component, the shared package, sorry, and we are going to create a new package named wire. Inside this package, we will have some configuration for some internal technical part of our application. So the first will be wire.postgresql.infrastructure. Inside that, let's create a Java class with a database configuration, and let's add at configuration at enable transaction management at enable JPA repository with the base package fr.codecake.whatsapp clone, and let's enable JPA auditing. That's all for this configuration. Let's add another package. This time it will be scheduling infrastructure. Let's create a class scheduling configuration with the annotation at enable scheduling. That's it. Last package, it will be security.infrastructure.primary. Inside that, we'll have a course filter configuration. This class is annotated by at configuration. We will need a private course configuration. Let's add it with the constructor, and we will need a bin that will be a course filter, and we will have a URL-based configuration source. So the source will be like this, and another one that will be /API like this. And we return a new course filter with the source inside. That's all for this class. Let's create another one. That will be the course properties. The course properties will be annotated with configuration. It will be a public course configuration, and we will return a new course configuration like this. It's annotated with bin and with configuration properties with the prefix application.course, and we can ignore unknown field. All right, like this, our course configuration is complete. And you can know that this one will be more for when you deploy it, because we are using a proxy already, so we don't really need that if you use it on local. All right, we are done with our configuration of our backend. Before moving on to the next phase, I'm going to explain a bit what's the hexagonal architecture. Of course, it's just a quick explanation. You can find plenty of other sources that will explain deeper what's the hexagonal architecture. And I think that at the end of this tutorial, you will have a better view on this, since you will have done by yourself. So on the left side of this hexagonal architecture, you have the driving side. The driving side is basically who is accessing your application and what does your application expose as data, schema, all of this. So for us, it would be an API, but it can be plenty of other stuff. Connected, so as you can see, you have an adapter here, and you have the port, which is the symbol for an interfaces. So from the adapter through the application, we will separate, of course, the object, and it's like you are crossing a boundaries, which means a layer, so that's normal that we map objects together. Inside the application here, you will have the business logic that will be decorrelated for anything. It will be only pure logic. And on the right side, you will have the driven side. The driven side will be everything that the application needs to access to, in our case, access the DB. So of course, it will be the same. We will have an interface where we will map as well the different objects. If you're new to this, why we are doing one interface here and some interfaces here as well, it's because tomorrow, if you want to change database, or if you want, for example, to put a queue instead of the database, you just have to rewrite this one and not all of this, because the business logic will stay the same. And it's the same for the driving side. That's why this hexagonal architecture requires a little bit more code than what we usually do with the n-tier architecture. But in the overall, you have a cleaner and more testable and more modular code. For this part, we will write what we need in terms of model, and then we will create all we need to make the database schema, and we will configure Hibernate. To begin, let's create a new package that we name messaging. Inside this, we will create another package named application, and then another package domain.message, and inside this package, we will create VO for value object. The value object or the object that symbolize a small business data. So let's create a first record that would be the conversation name. So generally it's just one field, and we will create a constructor who will help us validate that the field name is respecting some rules. So conversation name, then let's create conversation public ID. So it's going to be a UUID that we will call value. We will generate the constructor, and it will be assert.not null value conversation cannot be null. So let's create the other ones, which will be the message content. So I know that right now it doesn't make a lot of sense, but don't worry, because we will reuse this when we will create the aggregates and all the higher hierarchy object. So the message content will contain a text, a message type with type. This one we don't have it yet, and a message media content. Then let's create the message media content with a byte of type file and a string meme type. Then a message public ID. It will be the same, so with a UUID, let's generate a constructor here, and let's assert not null value and ID can be null. Okay, then the message send state. So it's not a record, it's an enum. The value will be to send, sent, received, and read. Message send time. It will be an instant with the constructor, and we will assert the field date that is not null. Okay, then another enum that will be message, who will be message type. It can be audio, video, picture, and text. Okay, so we have finished for the value object. Now let's create the aggregate. So message.aggregate. This one is a Java class. We'll name it conversation. Let's annotate it with @builder. We will need, so it will be private final, we'll need a set messages, the set of messages that we'll create later. We will need set of users that we will need as well later. We will need the conversation public ID, the conversation name, and the DB ID. Let's create a constructor. Let's create as well some method where we can validate that the required fields are okay. So we'll need conversation, we'll need some set of users and a conversation name. Let's assert that users is not null, and same for name. After this, we can generate the getters and we are good to go. Let's now create the message class. Let's annotate it with builder. The message will have a private final message send time, will be the send time. We will have a message content. Message content, this one we forgot, it's message. It's just that I don't know why IntelliJ don't seems to. All right, so message content, then message send state, a message public ID will need to be private final, the message public ID named public ID, the user public ID that we will need to create as well later. That will be the sender, and the conversation public ID. Let's create a constructor. Let's create the method here to assert that the mandatory fields are well created. it will be message send time, message content, message content, sorry for that, message send state, message public ID, user public ID, this one is the sender, conversation public ID. All these fields, we will check that they are not null. So send time, content, state, public ID, sender, and conversation ID. Now let's create the getters, and we are good to go for this one. Let's now create the conversation. This one can be a record, sorry, and it will hold a list of conversation with a constructor conversation, and we will check that it's not null and no null element. After this, we just create the getter and it's good. No, so we don't need a getter. So we are good. We will need another class that will name conversation. The name will be conversation to create. The annotation will be at builder. This class will have a set of user public ID that will be the members, and we will have a conversation name. We will use this object to create a conversation. So that's why we have members and name. By the way, I forgot to call this method. So it will be user and name and conversation name. Here it's the same. We will need to call it because it will not work otherwise. We come back to conversation to create. We'll create the assert mandatory fields with a set, so the same as the constructor, and we will assert that this field are not null. So name and name, and the same, so assert not null for users and users, members and members. And let's call this method. We create now a new record, name messages, that will hold a list of message. And as usual, we call the constructor. We assert that this field is not null and no null element. And we no need to that. Last one, and then we finished with the aggregate. We will finish with the aggregate. It will be a new record, and it will be message send new. The message, so the field will be the message content and a conversation public ID. Let's now create a new domain package that we will call user, and inside this we will create another package named value object. Like this, we can create the user public ID and get rid of the compilation error that we have. So it's a UUID that names value with the constructor where we check that this field is not null. So value and value cannot be null. So sorry for this, it's not the right import. All right, let's check here. We need to do the import for both. Here it's okay, and here, oh, because we don't have the user object yet. Okay, so let's create it now, even though we will let it empty, but like this we get rid of the configuration issue. So let's create the aggregate package, and inside this, let's create the user class. So let's annotate it at builder, and it would be okay. Like this, we can import class. We will do it in the chapter just after. Just a small error here, it's member. Now that we have our model, so if we come back here on this one, we created the domain here, and now we are going to create this part. So let's create first a new package that we'll call repository. This repository will be a first interface named conversation repository. So let's add it. We will have a conversation save method that will take as parameter conversation to create. That will be the conversation that we need to create, of course, and a list of user. It will be the members of this conversation. Then an optional conversation that we will call get, where as parameter we will have a conversation public ID. Conversation public ID, then a method who will return a page conversation. This method will be named get conversation by user public ID. The parameter will be a user public ID and a pageable parameter. Then we will have a int method returned by a method named delete by public ID. The parameter will be the user public ID and a conversation public ID. Another optional conversation, and this method will be named get conversation by users public ID and public ID. The parameter will be user public ID and conversation public ID, yes. Then another method, optional conversation, get conversation by user public IDs. You will get the parameter will be a list of public ID. The name will be public IDs. Last one, this method will return an optional conversation. The name of this conversation will be get1 by public ID and the parameter will be the conversation public ID. Now let's create the message repository. We'll have a first method who will return a message, and this method will be named save. So let's import this. The parameter will be message, then we'll need a user and a conversation. Let's import this one. Okay, after we will need a method who will return an int, and this method will be named update message send state. This method will have as parameter a conversation public ID and a user public ID and a message send state. Last one, we'll have a list of message. This method will be named find message to update send state. We'll have a conversation public ID and a user public ID. So now that we created the port to get through the database, let's create the model with the Hibernate entity. Let's create a first package that we'll call infrastructure. Inside is another one that we name secondary, and again entity. The first entity that we will create will be the authority, and it will hold all the authority that is granted for a particular users. So let's annotate it with @entity, @table. The name of the table is authority, and let's put @builder as well. First, let's put a private static final long serial version UID. Okay, then the authority will have a string name. It should be not null. It should have a size maximum 50, and it's the primary key, and the colon should be on length 50 in the database. Now let's create an empty constructor and another constructor like this. Let's generate equals and hashcode, and let's write the first mapper that we will need for our authority. So in this side, we will return a set of authority entity. We will name this method from, and we will receive as parameter an authority. So I wanted to do that before, after, I mean, but I think we will need to create as well the aggregate for the user at least. So let's do this now because we will need it anyway. So let's create a class here, authority, that is annotated with builder, and this class has an authority name value object and a constructor like this. Let's just verify with the assert not null name, and let's just generate the getter like this. Let's create the value object that we are going to need. So the first one will be the authority name with that contain a string name. Let's generate the constructor and the assertion field with name, and that is not null. Then let's create a user email. It contains a string value with the constructor and with the assert field value, and the max length needs to be 250. Let's do the same. Let's copy it for the first name. Let's copy again for the last name, and it's the same as well for the image URL. All right, now let's import it in the authority class. It's okay, we just have one field, and let's do the user domain. So first, we will have a private user last name. We will have a user first name, then a user email, then a user public ID. After this, we will have a user image URL, a last modified date, a created date, a last seen instant, some authority like this, and this one is private as well, and a long for the DB ID. Let's create here a constructor. This one is very long. Let's create some method where we asserting the mandatory field. So it's user last name, first name, email, and authority. So let's copy paste it like this. We are faster, and authorities as well. Now let's call this method. So last name, first name, email, and authorities. Let's write the assert not null, last name, first name, email, and authority. Let's add another method for the update from user. This one will need it later. So user.email, user.last name, first name, and no, that's not the public ID, that's the image URL. We also need another method here where we'll init field for sign up, and this one will init it with last seen equals instant.now. All right, let's just generate getters, and we are good to go. All right, we have our model, our domain model as well for the user domain. Great. Now let's come back to our entity. Now here we can import, okay, and here we will map so the authorities that we have here to a set of authority entity. How do we do that? We will do a stream.map authority, and here we are going to call the builder. So if you don't have it, it's fine. You can just trigger compile. So if when you rebuild your project, it's still not working, what you can do is check that in your module settings, your target generated source are considers as sources, okay? Because it wasn't the case for me, but it's something that sometimes IDE have a bit of struggle because it's generated source for Jib. You can see here that there is, I mean, you can't see here, but here that there is some builder generated, and that's what we will be using. So once you did that, you should see it like this, and you can autocomplete with this. You can autocomplete properly the right class. So let's come back at our mapping. So we will just map the name, and the name is inside this authority. So we just do this. We do a, after that we do a build.collector.toSet, and this one is an authority name, and this one is an authority name. All right, sorry for that. It's because it's the authority entity builder that we need to use in order to transform this set of set authority to the authority entity. Let's do the reverse now. So let's do the method toDomain, and it will be the set of authority entities. Yes, this method will return some set of authority, and it will be kind of the same as the other one. We will do stream.map of authority, and now we will use the authority builder.authority.name with a new authority name, and we will use the value inside this. Let's do a collect, and let's not forget to do a build, and like this it's working. Okay, so our authority entity is complete. Now let's do the user entity. So the user entity has a entity annotation table. The name of this table will be the WhatsApp user, and we will annotate it with builder. Then we will have a private long ID. The annotation will be ID because that's the primary key. We'll have a generated value with a strategy of generation type dot sequence, and with a generator name user sequence generator. We will have as well a sequence generator. So this one will manage the sequence inside the database, and so the name should be the same as the one above. The sequence name needs to be the one inside the DB, so it will be user sequence, and the allocation is 1 because we just increment by 1 every time we put something on the DB. Then the user will have a last name with a colon. The name of the column will be last name. Okay, then it will be first name. This one is email, then image URL at colon image URL, then a UUID that will be named public ID, annotated with UUID generator. Like this, we have the auto completion, and that's updatable equals false. And like this, Hibernate will generate us the UUID directly. So the column name will be public ID, and then we'll have a last seen field. It will be an instant, and it will be last seen. Let's instantiate it as instant.now. Then the user will have set of authority, so it will be authorities. It will be a new hash set, okay? And this field, we will annotate it with many-to-many. We will have a cascade here of type detach. We will have a join table that is named user authority, a join colon with a join colon with name user ID, a referenced column name ID, an inverse join colon with a name authority name with a referenced column name, because on this authority we will have a join table between these two tables to be able to map, because one authority can have many users, and many users and one users can have many authorities. We will have the same because we will have also a join table for the conversation entity, but this one will create it a bit later. So let's create it for now. It's okay because we already have the information. So it will be the join table. The name will be user conversation. The reference column here will be the same, and the inverse join column will be the conversation ID, and the reference column will be ID. Let's now create the necessary constructor. Let's put an empty one for Hibernate. Let's create all the getters and setters. Let's create equals and hash code. Let's be careful to not put everything that is, you just put like the field who are not a child or connected to this table. That's important. And that's the same for hash code, because you can impact performance with this. Let's go a little bit above this and create some convenient method. So for example, update from users that will take as parameter a user, and here we will update the field based on the user value. So this last name equal user dot get last name dot value, the same for the first name, and image URL is the same. Okay, we will need this, and then we will write the mapper in the two direction, so the from and the to domain that we will need later on. So the first one will be a public static user entity. So it will be the method that take a user and convert it to a user entity. For example, we'll use it for persisting a new user. So let's call the user entity builder. So we need to just compile. All right, let's see. Okay, we have it. Now that we have it, let's create a local variable of the builder and let's input all the fields that we need. So if we have a image URL that is different from null, then let's map it. User.getImageURL.value. If the user has a public ID, then let's map it as well. And let's map the rest of the field because the other ones are mandatory. So there is no danger on this. So let's call the from method of the authorities entity. Let's put it that way. Let's format it a bit. Like this, it's clearer. Email. So the user.getImail.value. After this, we have the first name, user.get first name.value, then last name, get last name.value, then the ID, then the last scene, and that's all. We just call build, and that's it. Now let's write the to domain the other way around. So static user to domain, and we will take a user entity as parameter. Then let's instantiate a new user builder, all right? And so if the user entity don't have a image URL, has an image URL, then we create a new user image URL and we copy the value. Then for the rest, we can create the field directly like this. So new user email, user entity.getEmail, last name, first name, authority. So here we are calling the to domain authorities, the user public ID, the last modified date, we forgot this part. So let's go a bit above and let's add the abstract auditing entity and let's come back, get last modified date, created date, the DB ID, and the last scene. We can call build, and that's it for the to domain. Let's then write the to other method where we can directly send back a set of user entity. So it will be a from, and we will take a list of users, and we just return a user.stream.map. We use the user from, it's user entity dot from, and we do a dot collect and collector dot to set. Let's do the same but reverse, a to domain where we will send a set, we will return a set of users, and as parameter it would be a set of user entity. And like this, it's user.stream.map, and it's user entity to domain. Let's return it. All right, that's it for our user entity. Let's create the conversation entity right away. So this class will be annotated with @entity, with @table. The name of the table in the database will be conversation, and we will annotate it as well with builder. Let's not forget this time to extend this entity with abstract auditing entity. Let's create the primary key with the same annotation, then user. Let's rename it. It's conversation sequence generator, conversation sequence generator, and conversation sequence. Let's not forget, because we forgot here the at colon that will name ID, and let's do the same here at colon name ID. Okay, this conversation has a public ID field with UUID generator and with at colon. Name is public ID, it's nullable and not updatable. The conversation has also a name with a colon name, and the conversation has a set of message entity, and this one is a hash set with a one to many annotation with a fetch lazy and is mapped by conversation. Then we will have another set of users, a new hash set as well, with a many to many annotation and with a join table like we had here. So let's copy this. Okay, and this time we just invert this column with this column because that's the same table, it's just the opposite field to get a user when you load conversation. Let's create now the constructor. So both one for Jill, sorry, and one for Hibernate, which is empty. Let's first create some getters as well as the equals hashcode. All right, and let's write the method to map a conversation entity to a normal conversation. So let's start with the from. Okay, let's instantiate a builder. So it's the conversation entity builder. So I don't have it. So let's trigger some compile. Let's execute the compilation. And yes, let's create a local variable and let's get some space. And now if a conversation dot get dbid is different from null, then we can put it inside the conversation entity. Let's do the same for get conversation name dot conversation dot get name. Now the field conversation public ID get public ID dot value, then get message, and here we are going to need the mapper. So let's do a conversation dot get message dot stream dot map, and here we will do it later because we didn't do the message entity, but we will have a from as well where we will create the set, and then we will be able to do the message and to fill the message field. So here let's create the local variable. So it's not object, it's messages. Here it's message entity. All right, and let's call the conversation entity builder for the users, and let's do a user entity dot from conversation dot get member dot stream dot to list, and let's just build the builder. So we have the from. So don't worry, this method are a bit cumbersome to write, but once we have done this, we'll be okay for the entire application, and you will see that when you have it, to use it, it's very nice. So let's now do the reverse, the to domain, it's the conversation entity. Let's instantiate the builder, and here, once you have the builder, let's have the conversation, the public ID. It's a new conversation public ID, and conversation dot get public ID. Okay, small mistake, that's not the right one. Yes, conversation public ID. Then conversation name, so new conversation name, conversation dot get name. Then members, so it's user entity dot to domain and the conversation dot get user. Then the DB ID, it's conversation entity.getID. If we have the conversation entity.getMessage is different from null, then we can do the same and map the message entity dot to the main. So it's the same, we'll create it later with the conversation dot get message. All right, and then we just return the build method, the result of the build method. Last method that we will need to create to map some object, that's a mapper to map a conversation entity to, from a conversation to create. So the conversation entity builder. So we'll just have one field and it will be if the conversation has a name. Oh, here we forgot to generate the getters. All right, that's why it wasn't working. So the get name is different from null, and then the conversation builder dot name, and we do a conversation dot get name dot name, and we return the conversation entity builder dot build. So let's create now the message entity. We create the class. We annotate it at entity, at table, and at builder. Let's not forget here the message. And let's not forget as well to extend to abstract auditing entity. Let's do a long. Then let's copy paste directly the ID because that's almost the same. For the primary key, it's message sequence generator, message sequence generator, message sequence. So the message entity will have a UUID, public ID, the column will be named public ID and updatable for. So by the way, we do this. We have a ID for the database and we have a public ID. We do this because like this, we don't expose like the ID number in our database. That's the best practice to do this. That's why we never like expose this one on the primary adapter. Like this, it's clearer for you why we have an ID and a public ID. Now let's add a send time for our messages. We'll have a colon with a name send time, then a string with the text, so it's the content of the message. So it's text, that's not nullable. Then we will have a message type. In case the message is some audio or video or whatever, it's an enumerated, and that's a colon with name type. The name is just type. We have another enum for the message send state. So with a colon name, it's send state. We have a user entity who is the sender of the message. And on this one, we have a many to one, and the join colon contains so the name of the foreign key, and it's not nullable as well. Then the message has a conversation. It has a many to one as well, and a join colon annotation where the name of the foreign key is conversation foreign key, and it's not nullable as well. Last relationship, it's the message content binary entity. It's not created yet, but this table will hold all the binary, like the videos, audio, and stuff like this. It's one-to-one, and the join colon has a name of message binary content foreign key, and the reference column name is ID. Let's create the constructor, the empty one, and let's create the other one for Jilt. Let's put the getter and the setters. Let's generate equals and hash code. Like this. And let's now write the mapper. So let's go here. We have a public static message entity from message. We can do a little bit of compile. Like this, we have the builder. So the message entity builder dot message entity. let's create the local variable of the builder, and now let's use it. So if the message dot get content dot type is equals to message dot text, then we can directly put on the entity builder the content of the message, the text content. If that's something else than text, then we will fill the content binary field by doing a message content binary dot from message dot get content. Okay, and if there is some text inside the message, then we take it, but that's optional if you send like some audio or video messages, so that's why we put the if. After this, we need to instantiate a user entity builder because we will just put the public ID of the sender that will be useful in case we need it. So we just build it like this, and so we can directly chain in this way. All right, and we can continue to map our field. So the type will be .content.type, then we will have the public ID, then the send time, then the send state, then the sender, and we can return the entity builder. Now let's do the opposite. So let's return a message to domain with the message entity. So the message builder dot message, let's create a local variable. Let's rename it, it's builder. Then let's make conversation ID its new conversation public ID, and this message entity dot get public ID. Then the state, new message send state. No, sorry, no need for that. It's just message entity dot get send state. Then the sender, it's new user public ID, and that's message entity dot user dot get message entity dot get public ID. Then we have the public ID of the message, which is message public ID and message entity dot get public ID. There is something wrong here because here that's get sender dot get public ID. Okay, here we need to put the send time. It's a new message send time with the message entity get send time. And then if the message entity dot get type is not equals to message, it's not a text message, it's a text message, then we will create a message content, new message content, so message entity dot get text message type dot text, and the media will be null. Then let's just do a message builder dot content, and let's fill with content. Then let's create a message media content that is equals to message media content message entity dot get content binary dot it's because I didn't create it. Okay, so that's fine. Let's do as well the get file. It's okay, and let's do the message entity dot get content binary dot get file content type. Okay, then let's create a message content again, new message content, and this time we will do the message entity dot get text with the type that is inside as well the message entity, and with the message media content. Let's just input this inside the message builder, and let's return the message builder.build. Last one, let's do the mapping for the list. So if we have a set, if we want to return a set of messages based on the set of message entity messages, we can return a message.stream.map and a message entity dot to domain, and we do the collect with the collector dot to set. Last one, so we are okay with our message entity. Last one, we need the message content binary entity. It's at entity, a table with some name, message, binary content with the builder annotation. Let's copy paste this one because it's always the same. Here it will be the message content binary sequence generator, and here the message content binary sequence generator. The name of the sequence is message binary content sequence. This entity will have a byte array, which will be the file. It's at lob, and donc like this, Postgre will knows that that's a binary object. And so the column name is file, and it's nullable, it's not nullable. Then we will also store as a string the file content type to know which type of file it is, file content type, and we will reference the message entity with a one-to-one annotation mapped by content binary. So now let's create the empty constructor and the complete one. Let's generate the getters and setters, and let's generate as well equals and hash code. Let's compile. Like this we can have the builder, and let's write the mapper. So it will be a public static message content binary entity. So we will return this. The name of the method is from, and it will take a message content. So message content. We will return a message content binary entity builder dot file content type. This one will be the media.meme type. The file is in message content.media.file, and that's all we need. There is no other rules. Let's not forget to extend here the abstract auditing entity. That is long because this one needs to be the same type as the primary key. All right, so let's just fix now the different issue here. It's going to be entity. All right, so it's compiling, so that's nice. Okay, it's normal because we don't have Liquibase yet, but that's nice that our project compilation is good. So now let's just create the few interfaces that we miss to hit our database. Let's reduce this, and let's create a new package that will be secondary.repository. Inside this, we will have a Java class that we will call Spring Data Conversation Repository. It will implement conversation repository. So we are not going to implement all this method right away because that's the one that we will use for the business code, and it will not really make sense now. So we are just creating now the repository like this. We have it, and we will as well create a GPA conversation repository that extends GPA repository, its conversation entity, and long. Same here, we will like wrote it when we need it. Let's do the same for the other ones. So we have a Spring data message repository who implements message repository. Let's create the JPA message repository, extend JPA repository, its message entity with long, and the Spring Data user repository, who implements the user repository. This one, I think we didn't create it, so let's do it now. Let's go to messaging, domain, user, package, repository, user repository. We will have one void save method Oh, sorry, that's an interface. Then we will have an optional user method. I mean, that will return an optional user, will just be get by public ID. We will have another ones who will return as well an optional user by email. It's user email, same optional user, get one. No, there's a list, that's a list of user. It's get by public IDs, page of users. So we'll return a page of users for the search. It will be a pageable as parameter and a query of type string. Then we return an int for the update last seen by public ID. As parameter, we'll have the user public ID and some instant. That will be the last seen. And we'll return a list of user for the get recipient by conversation ID excluding reader. So we'll have a conversation public ID. It's a user public ID. It's reader public ID. Okay, our interface is complete. Let's now implement all the method here with our Spring Data user repository. And let's create the JPA user repository who extend JPA repository like this. And let's create as well the JPA repository for the message binary content. Message JPA repository, message content binary entity long. All right, for the repository, we are good to go. Now that we finish the Hibernate integration, let's configure Liquibase like this. We will take care of the creation of our schema in our database. So for this, let's go to resources. Let's go to db.changelog. And what you can do is that you can copy paste already the XML file that are in the GitHub repository that you can find in the description. So that's the one. So the one that you need to select is of course the backend. So you should have this XML and should have the XML that are named the same way as me. What you can see is how we describe the table for Liquibase. The idea is that when the backend will start, Liquibase will scan all of this file and will execute if it finds out that they not have been executed in the past. Okay, so we do this like this. We don't ask Hibernate to create the class, and that's a best practice because like this you can update your database in a very clean and secure way. But basically what you can find here is the exact same field that we put in the Hibernate entity. So once you've done that, we are going to go to the application.properties. Let's rename it with YAML because I prefer YAML than properties. Let's remove this and you can copy paste directly the one that I have. The link is in the description as well, in the description of the video. So you should have something like this, okay? So here we have few parameters that I will describe now. So first you have the level of logs that you can set up or you can change if you need to debug something. We have many stuff. We use the virtual thread, we still a new feature of Java 21 if I'm not mistaken. Then here we have the configuration of the data source and some properties of JPA, like this it can perform well. We have some properties for Hibernate as well. Liquibase, the security, this one we will see it a bit later. And we have as well the dev tool and the port where the server should listen. We have another application -local that is useful when you are dev on your machine. Like this, we enable the dev tools and we put a lot of stuff on debug. So to activate it, you can directly go here and you just input local and it will do the trick. So I can do this. And now, if I'm not mistaken, Liquibase should work. So, okay, so it's not working. So because I need to create the schema, so let's configure it. Here I forgot to go, you can go here to the compose.yaml, and what we can do here is like we can add a volume. Like this, the data will not be destroyed. We can pass as well some Postgre password and users, and we can fix the port. So let's recreate this, and I should be able to connect. So 5432, all right. So yeah, so we miss some data, so we need to take as well the XML, but we need to take as well the data folder that contain the role of the app. So let's do it again. So because it's not the right path, okay, db data. It's because here there is a mistake. Sorry for that. All right. So normally you should have the database that is created through the codecake. I mean, it depends if you change those values, but if you didn't, you should have a database codecake with a schema WhatsApp clone and with this table created automatically for you, as well as the for sequence. So if you succeeded doing that, congrats, and that's a very good job. Also, you should be able to run the backend, and it should give you like a started WhatsApp clone application in blah blah blah, and it should stay like this. So if I summarize a bit what we have done at the end, we needed to import this changelog.xml with the data. Then we needed to configure it properly. We need to configure the compose.yaml because this file is used by Spring. When you start this file, it will start as well the Postgre image that we specify here. Okay, so that's why at the end it wasn't working, because the credentials weren't right and the port as well wasn't right. And I mean, there is something that wasn't created properly. We didn't have the schema and all. The schema on my side was already created, so I think that you can create it yourself. You can do a new if it's not the case, and you do schema, and then you create the schema like this. Okay. And with that, you should be able, and if you configure properly your application.yaml with mine, it should be okay. So in any case, if you successfully arrive here, congrats, that's already a good job. All right, now that we configure our database properly, let's configure the SSO, I mean Keycloak. First, for this, we are going to need to run Keycloak. So there is many ways you can run Keycloak. On my side, I will do it with Docker. But you can as well run it through command line, and you can go directly to their website and download it. If you want to do it by Docker, let's create a new folder here. Let's call it Docker. And you can find the keycloak.yaml that is on SSC main Docker. The link is in the description. It will lead you to the GitHub repository of Dia. All right, so you should have something like this. Okay, so like this, we have the last version of Keycloak, the command to start, the volume. Like this, you don't lose your data. The environment that is like the admin password and other stuff, to have the right port and to listen to the right one as well. So to start it, you just do a run like this. And now you open your Chrome, your favorite browser, and you just go to Keycloak. So it's 19, okay, what's 808? Okay, you should have something like this. The password is admin. The first things that we are going to do here is create a new realm, okay, because we are not going to use the master one. So let's create a WhatsApp clone realm. Let's do create. Now we go to client. We click on create client. We are going to create a WhatsApp clone with this ID. The name will be WhatsApp clone, and it's fine like this. Now we do next. We put everything by default. The root URL will be this one. The home is the same. The valid redirect URI, it's the same, except that you need to put a slash here. That's very important. The logout can be the same, and the web origin for cause, it's this one as well. We can do save, and we can leave that by default. Now, what we can do is create some role. So let's create role user, and let's create role admin. Then we are going to go to realm settings and user registration, assign role, and put role user, because we want that when our user register, we want to assign him a default role. So we do assign. Like this, our user will have some default. Then we are going to add another field inside the user profile, because we want to have the image URL of our users. So the display name will be image URL. It's not multi-valued. Okay, the field is not required, and we can edit it, everyone. Let's do maybe like this. So we create it in this way. Maybe I should do the same, edit. And then we want it to be accessed inside the access token. So we are going to create a new client scope that will be image URL, image user. The type is none, and we can put that by default. We click now on configure new mapper. We go to user attribute. Okay, the name will be the same, image URL, and here we can select the user attribute, so it will be image URL. The token claim name will be this, so it will be type string. We add it to the access token, to user info, and to all of this. We do save, and it should be okay. So if we go back to client, to WhatsApp clone, and to client scope, we have this. You can put it on the default. Like this, you have an assigned type. Another things, we can go to realm settings, click on login, and here we can enable user registration, and you can put remember me. I mean, forgot password will not really work because we don't configure any SMTP, but you can put it on enable if you want to. And basically, that's all we need for now on the Keycloak administration side. Good job. We can come back to the backend, and we are going to create a new package on shared authentication. It will be infrastructure.primary. Okay, here we are going to create the security configuration to secure our web app with Keycloak. First, let's add configuration, and let's add the enable web security to be able to have the annotation to check if the user has the role that we want before accessing the endpoint. Now let's write the method to configure the security inside our app. So this method will return a bin of type security filter chain. We will name this method configure, and it will take as parameter HTTP security. We are going to add the bin annotation, and we will begin by configuring the authorized request. So let's do authorize like this. Let's do an authorize.request matcher, and mainly what we will have. So let's go on another line. It will be /lpi/ star, and those requests needs to be authenticated. For now, we are going to deactivate the CSRF. So it's abstract HTTP configurer disable, and we will need the OAuth2 resource server with OAuth2.jwt and jwt. And we will need this converter in a minute. So let's do this. We return http.build. Okay. And before continuing here, let's create another class because we need to create a converter. So this converter is here to take the JWT token and to map it into, and to map the role that is inside the access token to some object that is understandable by Spring Security. So let's create this new class. It's Keycloak JWT Authentication Converter. This class implements converter. This generic type is JWT Authentication. All right, let's implement this method. So that's not good. All right, that's better. So this one is at not null. And we are going to do another method that will be collection, extends grant authority, and the name will be extract resources roles. The parameter will be AJWT. It will return authenticated user dot extract role from token, and we will do a stream of map. We will map to a simple granted authority, which is a Spring Security object, and we just collect it as a set. Then here we are going to do a new JWT authentication token with the source, and then we are going to do a stream dot concat new JWT granted authority converter dot convert dot stream. So let's go here and let's do an extract resource role of source dot stream. And all of this needs to be inside. It needs to be inside a collect because user can have multiple roles. So basically this class will be used to convert an access token coming from a web request to a JWT authentication token that Spring Security can understand. So we can come back now to the security configuration and let's go to a new line. So here we can add a method. So JWT abstract authentication token. We import the class authentication converter and it will return a new Keycloak authentication converter. So here there is a small typo. It's abstract authentication token. And so here it's the same. Okay, and I think we can simplify by just doing this. Let's now reopen the user class. So let's do a little bit of cleanup here and let's open the user.java and we are going to add a new method that we will need a bit later. This method will allow us to extract the information that are inside the token and return a user. So we will call it from token attribute. That's an in parameter. We will have a map of string of object. Also, we are going to need the list of role as string. So role from access token. So let's use the user builder, user.builder.user, and let's start. So let's first instantiate a substring where we will get the sub value contained inside the token. Then we will need a string username like this. And if the attribute map contained preferred username, then we can do username.get. We can also do a to lowercase like this. Then let's copy paste this one. Now our next attribute is going to be given name. Here we can do user builder dot first name. Let's instantiate the user first name and let's do it like this. Then we'll have a else if because the attribute can be a bit different and it's going to be nickname. Let's use the user builder that we already write. It's going to be nickname. Then let's copy paste again. This one is going to be family name, and the object is going to be user last name, and the attribute it's going to be family name. So this is last name. All right, let's go to the next one. It's going to be easier like this. Let's check if it contains email. Then it's going to be email, new user email. Here the attribute is going to be the same, but here it's going to be sub dot contain a pipe, and if username is different of null, then and username contains at, then we can do a user builder dot email, new user email, and in that case it's not attribute like this, it's already the username. So here, of course, I need to put null because that's not, it will not work for this. Then here we need an else, and the user builder, the email will be equals to sub. Then let's take the image URL attribute, the one that we add in Keycloak. Let's do inside the builder. So let's call image URL, user image URL, and its avatar. No, it's image, sorry. Image URL. Okay. Then we need to extract the role. So let's use the role from access token list. Let's do a stream dot map. So let's do authority. Let's use the authority builder dot authority dot name, new authority name, authority dot build, and we do a collect to transform it into a set. Let's create a variable that we can call authorities. Let's put it inside the builder with dot authorities, and let's return a user builder.build. All right, now let's create our first kind of service. So inside user, we are going to create a new package named service, and we are going to create a Java class named user synchronizer. This class will be responsible to synchronize the Keycloak user, the user who are inside Keycloak, with our database. So first, we are going to need a user repository. Then we are going to need a static final string, which will be the name of one of the key updated at. Then let's create the constructor, and we are going to write the sync with IDP method. As parameter, we will have a GWT with a let's call it GWT token, and a Boolean force async, in case we want to force the synchronization inside the database. First, let's extract the claim by creating a local variable. We'll call it attributes. Let's extract the role from the token. Let's create a local variable as well. So roles from token. Let's use the method that we just wrote before. So let's pass the two parameters, attribute and role from token. Okay, now we have our extracted user from our GWT, and let's load a user, the user that we have inside the database with the one corresponding inside the access token. Let's create a local variable. So then if we have a user inside the database, then we need to check one attribute, which is the updated at key, and contain the last updated date. Let's extract the last modified date. Let's write instant IDP modified date. So let's just create it for now. Let's extract the attribute updated at key. So instance of instant. Let's put that inside a if in that case, IDP modify date equals instant. And if that's not the case, then IDP modify date equals instant dot of epoch second integer of attribute dot get updated update at key. Then if the IDP modify date is after the last modify date, or the force resync flag is set to true, then we are going to update the users. Let's write this method in a minute. And if the user doesn't exist, then we call the method user.init field for signup, and then the repository we just do a simple save. All right, now let's write the private update user method. It will take user as parameter. We are just going to do a user repository dot get one by email, user dot get email. Let's cut here. So here what we can do is that the updated user, we will pass as well the existing user. And what we will do, we use user existing user dot update user. We call this method, and then we just call save inside the repository for the existing users. So let's just do a get here to make sure, and we are good with this class. Let's now write the class who will be responsible to handle the transaction and inject all the field we need to satisfy the user synchronizer dependency. So for this, we are going to create inside the application package the user application service. This one will be annotated at service, and we will need the private final user synchronizer. Let's create the constructor that will not be like this, but more like this. We will need to inject the user repository. So here, as you can see, we have a small issue. It's because we forgot to annotate our Spring Data repository. So let's fix that. Let's fix this now. Let's annotate at repository all the repository that we created so far. All right, now let's write our service. So it will be a public user get authenticated user with sync method. The parameter will be a GWT named OAuth to user and a Boolean force resync. Then let's call the user synchronizer dot sync with IDP, and let's give them the two parameters that we created above. Then we are going to return the user from a class that we need to create later. That would be the user reader get by email, and we will do a new user email from the authenticated user dot username dot get, and we can put or else throw because it would be an optional return by this method. Let's create the user reader. We will need the user repository. Let's create a constructor, and here the method, so it will be optional, it will return optional of user get by email of user email, and it will return user repository dot get one by email. And that's it for now. Here let's instantiate one. Let's do a this user reader equals new user reader user repository. Let's annotate this one at transactional. Finally, we just need to create our resources. So let's find so we don't have it, so let's create it. It's the infrastructure dot primary, and let's create user resource. Let's write the annotation at REST controller and at request mapping with the parameter slash API slash users. We will need a private final user application service with a constructor like this, and a method that return a response entity of REST user called get authenticated user. Let's annotate it directly like this, we don't forget. And the API endpoint will be authenticated user / get authenticated user. And the parameter will be authentication principal of type GWT user and a request param of type boolean named force resync. Let's call the user application service.get authenticated user with sync. Let's pass the two parameter. Then let's do a rest user.from with authenticated user. It's going to be the name of this local variable, authenticated user, and let's return the response entity. Okay, and let's pass to the body the REST user. So we need to create this object. So it's going to be a record of REST user. And this REST user will have a UUID public ID, a string first name, a string last name, a string email, a string image URL, and a set of REST authority that we'll call authorities. With this, we are going to write a method to map a REST user to a user. So it will be from user, and we will need the builder. So let's add the annotation. Just do a little, oh no, that's not this. It's more this. Okay, now I should have the REST user. I don't have it. So it's because I need to create the REST authority. So let's create it now. REST authority. Let's annotate it at builder. This one is very small, so there is just a string name and a public static set REST authority from set, and as parameter a set of authorities, and we are going to return authorities.stream.map authority, and we are going to need the builder. So let's hope it will create it. REST authority builder, so no. All right, so I have the REST authority builder. Let's pass as parameter the name of authority.getName.name and .build. And then let's call a collect.collector to set. Let's now come back to our REST users. Let's instantiate first a builder. So REST user builder.rest user. And so if user.get image URL is different from null, then the REST user builder image URL can be mapped to the image URL field. Then let's return a REST builder dot email user.getEmail.value dot first name dot get first name dot value, last name the same dot get last name dot value, the public ID user dot get user public ID dot value, and the authorities. Let's do a REST authority from set and user dot get authorities. Let's not forget to call the build method, and we are good with our REST user. Let's come back here. Let's create a local variable. Let's call it REST user, and our endpoint is complete. Let's just make sure that our backend is compiling properly. So it seems to be the case, and let's see that it's booting properly as well. So that's the case. So that's a nice news. Let's go now to our front end to implement the login of our users. So first, we are going to import some model to handle users and HTTP call. So you can find the request state and user model in the description. The link will lead you to the model directory inside the GitHub repository of the frontend. So you should have 3 TypeScript files. So the first one is the interface for the user. The second one is some kind of state to handle HTTP call. And we have the request model to handle pagination and sorting. So here we are going to add few libraries that we will need to continue. So first we are going to add with npm days to handle date. And then we are going to add keycloak.js. So it's not dot, it's dash. And we are going to need as well ngx extension. ngx extension. All right, now let's create our first service with ngJS auth slash auth to auth. For this service, we will need the HTTP client, so inject HTTP client, the model service, so it's ngb model. We will need a not connected variable, a access token variable of type string undefined, a private auth model ref of type ngb model ref or undefined, a keycloak object that we can instantiate directly with some configuration, realm and client ID. We will need the environment in our project. So let's do generate environment. Let's open this. We'll have a keycloak object with URL http, so localhost 8080. The realm is going to be WhatsApp clone, and the client ID, it's going to be the same. Let's copy paste this, put it inside this one, and as well, we'll need the API URL that will be /API. It's going to be 422 because we pass by the proxy. So let's copy paste this in the environment development.ts. Now we can complete this .environment.keycloak.url, same .realm, and environment.keycloak.client. Okay, like this, it's clean. Even when you will create some different environment, it will be easy to handle. Now let's create a first signal, fetch user of type writable signal of type state of connected user equals signal of state dot builder. Okay, that's not the state that we want. So import state, okay, of connected user for success email this dot not connected. Okay, and fetch user equals computed, and it will be derived from the fetch user signal. Here we will need another constant of, it will mean token validity in millisecond. With this, we will use it to refresh the token every here 10 seconds, but that's just more to show you, you can change it anytime. Let's first create the method to communicate with the API and fetch the user. So we will call it init fetch user caching with force resync boolean of type void. We will need a new HTTP params force resync, okay. Yes, sorry for this. It's .set and I forgot this. Okay, now let's use the HTTP client with a get of type connected user. The URL, it's going to be environment.api-url/users/get authenticated dash user. And let's pass down the params. Then let's create a pipe with a catch error, and let's do a of email. Let's return a not connected user if an error happen, and let's share replay one. All right, like this, Angular will not redo the call every time we call the fetch user method. So we need to create an observable named fetch user HTTP to be able to reuse it. The type is going to be fetch. So let's copy paste like this, and it will be a new observable of type connected user. Then let's write the fetch method. So it's going to be this dot fetch user dot subscribe. No, the fetch user HTTP, sorry, dot subscribe next user, and we can do directly this dot fetch user dot set state dot builder of connected user for success and just user. Then inside error, we will have two different cases. One is if the error status, so let's type this. So it's HTTP error response, like this, and error.status equals HTTP status code dot unauthorized and is authenticated. We need to create this method in a second. Then we can copy paste this and just return an empty user. If that's not the case, then let's return an error directly. So let's just, for the error, let's just do a fetch user like this for success, for error, and that's it. Let's write the is authenticated method that will return a boolean. So this one will be very easy. It's just return this dot keycloak dot authenticated. Inside the constructor, let's call the init fetch user caching, and then let's configure the login in Keycloak. So we're going to have a method named init authentication, where we are going to return, so just void, and it's going to be wrapped in a from. We are going to do a this dot keycloak dot init. The init option will be onload. The type will be check SSO, and we are going to have a silent check SSO redirect URI, where we will need to create the file just after. So origin plus, so it's going to be assets slash silent check SSO redirect URI dot HTML. Let's create this file directly inside assets.html. It's basically an iframe that Keycloak is creating to check if the user is still connected and if the token is not expired and stuff like this. So script, and it's parent.post message location.href location.origin. All right, then we are going to subscribe to this one. We will create, so we will have a boolean that will be returned by Keycloak and will tell us if the user is authenticated. Then we are going to record the access token. Okay, we are going to fetch the user information. We are going to init the update token refresh. We'll implement it in a second, and we are going to check if the off modal ref is not null. It means that the off modal ref is open, so we want to close it because we will have a pop-up to authenticate. We will have a login pop-up where the user can click to login, so we need to check if it's open or not. And if the user is not authenticated, then we are going to open a pop-up. So model service dot open, and the name will be of model component. And the options will be centered, true, and backdrop static. All right, so now let's write this method. So we will have an interval of the mean token validity by millisecond of pipe. Let's put the pipe like this. Pipe of switch map. Let's import switch map from a promise from the Keycloak service. Update token this.mean validity by second. And we are going to subscribe to this. We will have a boolean to know if it has been refreshed or no. So if refreshed, then we are just going to update the access token. And that's basically it. Let's just handle the error case. So by do a console error, like this we will know if there is an issue with the refresh token. Now we will need one method to login. So we just do a this.keycloak.login. We need the logout as well. So this.keycloak.logout. And we want as well to be able to go to the profile page. So this is going to be this.keycloak.account management. Now let's create the pop-up. So let's come back to our terminal and let's generate the component. So we'll call it auth modal and we will put it inside auth folder. So it will be auth model. Like this, so we can already import it. Let's import directly all the images that we have. The same, you can go on my repository and you will find all the images that are here. So you should have, oh, sorry. So sorry for that. Let's delete it and let's re-import it like this. Okay, so you should have these 5. Now let's go to the auth model HTML and let's begin by a div with a class dflex flex colon justify content center align item center and padding 4. Inside this div we are going to have an img markup with src, so dash dash dot dash dash dot assets image slash wa icon.png. The alt attribute will be WhatsApp icon, and we'll have a width of 100 pixels. Okay, then we'll have another div with WhatsApp inside, and the class will be h1 margin top 2. Then first button with a class button primary, width of 100, margin top 2. On the click, we'll call the login method. The type of button, the type will be button, and inside this button, we just input login. Let's create this method. First, let's inject the auth2 service, auth2 service dot login. Now we need 2 different interceptors. The first will be the HTTP auth interceptor that will inject the bearer token inside each HTTP request. We'll call it auth interceptor. The type will be HTTP interceptor function. It will be equals request. So the parameter will be request and next. Okay. Inside that, we will need the auth2 service. Then we will need a token that we can find inside our class. And if there is a token, then we are going to clone the request. Let's do a set header and let's use the authorization token and let's write peer and token like this. All right, All right, and let's do return next with the request in parameter. With this code, it will just inject every time we make an HTTP request, it will just inject the bearer token inside the authorization header. We need another one in case the access token expired. So let's create another TypeScript file name of expired dot interceptor. So let's copy this because that's the same. Let's just clean this and just not this. The name will be expired interceptor. So return next request.pipe with a type of error and error HTTP error response. So if the error status equals for 1 and the error.url is present and is authenticated, then we call the login again. Last thing, we need to plug these two interceptors inside our app. So let's open appconfig, and inside the provider, we are going to add provide HTTP client with interceptors, and let's put auth interceptor and our two interceptor like this with the import. Let's now run our backend and let's see if it works and if we need to fix some stuff. So first of all, we need to call the init method. So let's go to app component. Let's add a init authentication method. Let's inject the auth2 service and let's call the init authentication, and let's call it as well like this. All right. So the issue with this is that we have a typo here. It's the address of Keycloak and not the backend that we need to input. So when we do this, we can see that we have some issue here and here. So let's first correct this. So let's go to the auth model component and let's figure out. So it's because here we forgot a param that we need for Bootstrap to tell him that we are in the dark mode. So you're going to the index.html and we are going to add the data bootstrap theme, and we need to set it on dark, and then it's fine. Then let's click on login. So the redirection is working nice. Let's do a register. So let's click register, and it seems that I'm logged in. So let's see. So at least here I have the token. So let's see when we are going to implement the navbar. That's what we are going to do now. And let's check if it's working. But so far we have the rejection working. So that sounds good. So right now we are going to create this component. So let's open a terminal and let's type nggc layout / navbar. Let's clean this a bit. Let's reduce this and let's open the navbar component. So we are going to need the auth2 service. So let's inject it and import it. We will need a connected user of type connected user or undefined. Let's create a constructor, an empty one. Inside this, we are going to put an effect, and we are going to fetch the connected user. So fetch user, let's create a local variable. And so if the user state, oh yes, here we need to put that, and like this, we have access. Okay, we had a small typo. Then here, if we check if the statue is okay, and there is, the email is not undefined, and the email is different from the not connected, then the user is connected. All right, let's extract that. And let's call it listen to fetch users. Then we are going to need a logout method, and we will need a edit profile method. Dot go to profile page. Let's now go to the SCSS part. Let's import the variable slash assets slash CSS slash bootstrap variable. Okay. Then let's add a dropdown toggle after content none, a WAC navbar with a background color of menu PJ color, and the height of the header height. Then we will need an ID add with a cursor pointer. All right, let's go now to the HTML. And first, let's add a first div with a class of weight 100 and the main class, the WC navbar. So let's create a div with a class padding 3, deflex, justify content between, align, item center. Then if the O2 service and if the user is authenticated and if the connected user has an image URL, then we can display it. So src connected user dot image URL. The alt will be user avatar with a class avatar unknown and with a width of 60 pixels. Else we will display a default icon, so icon user, and a class avatar unknown. If the user is not connected, then we will do the same. Then let's add another div with a class deflex, justify content center, align item center, with another div with the ID add, with a class margin end 3 button menu font small. Inside that, we will have a font awesome icon with an add icon. This button will be here to add a conversation. So we are going to display it, but nothing will happen for now. So I'm just creating the method, but as I was saying, we will not do it now. So let's add another div. This time it's going to be the NGB dropdown because it's going to be our main menu. So it's going to be the inline block hashtag menu equals NGB dropdown, and we'll have a conditional class btn menu dash active equals menu dot open. Inside this, we are going to have a div with a class of button menu and button menu font small with a ngb drop-down toggle. And inside this, we are going to have a font awesome icon with a icon ellipsis. It's going to be ellipsis vertical. Then let's add our menu entry with the ngb drop-down menu. Okay, and just two buttons, ngb drop-down item with a click, edit profile, and another button, logout, like this. Let's create this method for now, and let's try to see what it does. So nothing so far, because we forgot to display it. So let's add it here, right? So object is possibly undefined. So I guess that it's here. Yes. So we have it. That's nice. And we have edit profile and logout. So let's see if I log out. Yes. So that's working. If I try to go back, then it seems that is working as well. Log out again. Yes, this time it didn't go. Okay. Let's do it once again. And now if I do edit my profile, yes, I'm on this page already. I can see many things. And if I save and if I go back, I'm still connected. Let's go to our Spring Data User repository. And here we have a mistake of algorithm. So what we need to do is to check that the user has the DB ID that is different from null. In that case, we do this. And else we do a JPA repository.save and we call the user entity from user and we save it directly. Now, if we do this and we refresh, we see that the error is gone. And now if we check under the database, we can see that the user has been well synchronized. But the image URL is still null. So what can we do about this? We need to come back to Keycloak once again, and we have made a small mistake here in terms of the client scope. We shouldn't use the scope at the scope like this, so we can delete this one. And we are going to go to the WhatsApp clone dedicated, and let's do a add mapper here by configuration. Let's select user attribute, and we can just add it like this. After that, we can come back to our backend and check that we have the image URL well recorded. So if it's not the case for you, what you can do is that we can drop our database by uncomment this one. We'll drop everything. And then, so let's just rerun it again like this. It will not drop the next time you reboot. And then we can come back to our front, refresh, and so let's remove this, right? And we can see here that now the avatar has been successfully displayed. So we have everything you need on for the SSO part. Nice job. Let's go back to our backend, and here we will focus on the creation of the conversation. So what we want to do is display all the conversation like it is in WhatsApp, but also we want that when we click on the plus icon, we want to display, the name I think is offset canvas, the list of users, and when you have the list of users, you can click on it and it will create the conversation automatically. So we will now take care of the conversation creation, deletion, and the read part. So to begin, let's go to domain message and let's create a new package named service. Inside this, let's create the conversation reader service. For this service, we will need the conversation repository. Let's create the constructor, and we will need a method that will return a page of conversation named getAll by user public ID. This method will have a user public ID parameter and a pageable object to request only one page because we doesn't want too many conversation at once. Then we will just return the conversation repository.conversation by public ID method, and we will pass the parameter like this. We need another method that will return an optional conversation. This method will be named getOne by public ID, and we'll have as parameter a conversation public ID. And we will return conversation repository dot getOne by public ID. That's this. Then another method that will return, an optional conversation named getOne by public ID and user ID. This method will have a conversation public ID method and a user public ID. We will return conversation repository dot get conversation by user public ID and public ID. So user public ID and conversation public ID. Now let's create the service to delete a conversation. We'll call it the conversation deleter. We will need a conversation repository. Let's create the constructor, and the method will return a state of conversation public ID and a string in case of error. This method will be named delete by ID, and the parameter will be a conversation public ID and a user, the connected user. So first, we will need a state object. So it will be named state results. We will call inside the repository the method get conversation by user public ID and public ID, because we want to make sure that the conversation belongs to the connected user. And if a conversation, so first let's introduce a local variable. So conversation to delete optional. Okay, so if this conversation is present, then we can call the delete by public ID, and the parameter needs to be connected user dot get user public ID, and then the conversation ID. Then we will create our state builder. The type will be the following. Okay, builder, and for success, we'll send back the conversation public ID. If it's not present, then we will change this for error, and we will just say this conversation doesn't belong to this user or doesn't exist, and we return state result. Just one thing that we can do now is we will create an interface named message change notifier. It will be for later, but like this we don't forget to add the code. It will be something to message in real time over user when the sender is doing something. For example, when you delete a conversation, we want to send a message if the user is connected to delete the conversation on the other side. So we will just write the contract here. We will not write the implementation since it's an interface. Okay, so let's import this. Okay, so the first method will be send, and we will have as parameter message and a list of user public ID, user to notify, because what we want is the message to send and the list of user that we need to notify. Then we are going to have the same return object for the delete, and for the parameter it will be the conversation public ID, and it's the same, it's also a list of user. Then last one, it's the same return, and we need to have view, and this one will be the conversation view. Oh, we don't have it yet. For notification, conversation view notification. Okay, this one we will create it later. So for now, I'm just commenting it. Okay, so let's come back to our conversation deleter, and let's add this interface. So it's message change notifier. We can add it directly to the constructor, and we can call the delete method directly. So then we need the conversation to delete. So we do a get, then we need a member, and the member we will map them to with user dot get user public ID, and we will make a list like this. All right, now let's create the service to create a conversation. It will be conversation creator. This class will need a private final conversation repository and a user reader let's create a constructor, and the method will be, so it will be a public method that will return a state of conversation of strings. The name of this method will be create. The parameter will be conversation to create new conversation, and we will need the user who is authenticated. All right, so right away, what we will do, we will add as a member of this conversation the authenticated user. Then we are going to need to have the list of user as UUID. So we will extract the list. So let's do a get by, so it's a get users by public ID, and it's new conversation.get members. We need to create this method. So let's do it now. So inside user reader, we need the get users public ID. So it will return a list of user, and the parameter will be a set of user public ID, public IDs. And we just return the user repository dot get by public ID, and we don't have it as well. So let's do like this. Let's create inside the repository. Yes, we forgot one. So it's list of user, and that's a get. Oh, okay. In fact, we didn't do this. It's just that this one is a get by public ID, and this one is a set. So that's why. So then we can come back, and that's fine like this. So then we need a list of user public ID. The name of this variable will be members UUIDs, and we will do a member.stream.map of user get user public ID to list. Then we are going to verify if the conversation exists. So we will do a get. So we will do a get conversation by public ID with the list that we extract above. We will introduce a new variable, so the conversation already present. Then before the if, we will create a state of conversation and string. That will be the state result. And then if the conversation is empty, it means that we can create the new conversation. So new conversation and member. In that case, the state result is equals to state builder dot for success, and let's create this local variable, new conversation saved, and we return this. If the conversation already exists, then we return some error. This conversation already exists. And let's return the state result. So now we have the business code. Then what we need to do is to implement the repository method, because right now it's just the interface. We don't have really real code who is doing actually anything. So let's go to the infrastructure secondary repository, and let's start by writing the JPA query that will be executed inside the database. So the first one will be page of conversation entity, and it will be a find all by users public ID. This one will be for to get all the conversation to the user. We will have a pageable like this. Then the method to delete by users public ID and public ID. The parameter will be UUID, user public ID, and conversation public ID. Then we will have a method who will return an optional conversation entity, find one by users public ID and public ID. So it will be a UUID, user public, and the conversation public ID as well. Then another method who will return another optional of conversation entity named find one by users public ID in. This one will have a list of UUID user public IDs and a int user count. This one will be a custom query because what we are trying to achieve here is to make sure that all the user in the list are contained in the conversation. So we do from conversation, let's put a space here, we do a join conversation dot users, then where users dot public ID in user public IDs having count user ID equals user count. Then the last one, it will be a method who return conversation entity, and it will be a find one by public ID. All right, here we have everything to cover the needs of conversation. Let's come back now to the Spring Data conversation repositories. Let's inject the JPA conversation repositories. So let's inject it by constructor. And now let's implement method by method. So first, the save. We will need a conversation entity, new conversation entity, and we will create it by doing conversation entity.from conversation. Then we will do a new conversation entity.set users and user entity.from members. So let's see why. Oh, because I just generate. Okay, so here we need to generate the setters as well. So let's just verify here. No, it's the setters as well. And here we generate the setters as well. Okay, so that's fine. In the authority entity, we didn't do it. Here, let's generate the getters and setters for name. And for this one, it's okay as well. Okay. All right. Now let's call the JPA conversation repository.save. Let's create a local variable, new conversation saved, and let's return, let's convert it back, conversation entity dot to domain and new conversation saved. Let's do the get. This one will be far more simpler. We do JPA conversation repository, find out by user public ID. We will do, no, sorry, this one stay here, and that's this one. This one we can just do a JPA conversation repository, but find one by public ID conversation.value. And we just then map, we do a conversation entity to domain. That's it for the get. Then for the get conversation by public ID, we pass as parameter the public ID as value and the pageable object. Then we just do a map conversation entity to domain. Like this, we convert back. Then for the delete part, let's do a JPA delete by user, then user public ID dot value and conversation public ID dot value as well. For the get conversation by user public and public ID, let's call the JPA conversation repository as well. And let's do a find one by user public ID and public ID. So let's pass as parameter the conversation public ID as well. And like always, let's map. Let's do the same here. So this one is public ID in, public IDs, and I know here we need an intermediate stage where we stream dot map and we select public ID and we do a value to list. To list, then let's create the local variable. It's user UUIDs, and yes, we need to have the counts as well. Then we can map, and we can map with the to domain. After that, let's do the last one. It's JPA conversation repository dot find one by public ID, and it's the same. We do a map and a conversation entity to domain. All right, now for the DB part, that's okay. Great job. So we have our business logic that we implemented here, And we have the DB part and the other mapping part to get the data back. Now, what we need is to expose those data through some endpoint. So let's create, as we did for the users, a conversation application service. This class will be annotated at service, and it will centralize all the class that we created earlier. So we will need a conversation creator. We will need the conversation reader, as well as the conversation deleter, and we will need the user application service. That's it. Let's create the constructor. So the constructor will not really be like this because we don't inject this one. And on this one, we will need the conversation repository. We will need the user repository, the message change notifier, and the message repository. Yes. So let's do a new conversation creator. It will need the conversation repository and the user reader that we need to instantiate as well. So user reader like this. Then the new conversation reader, new conversation deleter with the conversation repository and the message change notifier. So here we will need to at least create one implementation. So let's do it now. So let's go to secondary. Let's create the package a bit in advance message, and let's create the Spring event message change notifier. We'll just implement the message change notifier, and like this, Spring is happy. Now let's create the different method that we need for our CRUD. So the first story will be a public method that will send a state of conversation string, and the first method will be create. As parameter, it will be a conversation to create. And we will first need to get the connected user. So it's going to be a get authenticated user, and that's a method that we need to create. So create this method. So it's not void, it's user. And we will return a user reader dot get by email, new user email, and authenticated dot user dot get. And we can do or else throw. Let's annotate transactional with read-only equals true. Let's create a local variable now that the method is created, and let's do a conversation.create conversation authenticated user. Let's annotate this method as transactional as well. Then let's create another method for our list of conversation. It will be a get, the name of the method will be a get all by connected user of pageable. We will do the same because we need the authenticated user, and we will just return this dot conversation reader dot get all by user public ID. It will be authenticated user dot get user public ID and pageable. So yes, so there is some error with the import. So more action. So it's pageable of Spring, okay. And then we just do a stream.toList. After that, we need the delete conversation. State will be the conversation public ID of string. The method will be called delete. And as parameter, we will have a conversation public ID. Then the same, we need the connected user, and we can return a conversation deleter dot delete by ID, conversation public ID, and the authenticated user. Last one, we will need a public optional conversation. The name of this method will be get1 by conversation ID. The parameter will be conversation public ID. Again, we need the authenticated user, and we do a conversation reader dot get one by public ID and user ID. So dot get user public ID. All right, with these four, we have everything. We have create, get all, delete, and get one. So our CRUD is complete. Let's not forget about the at transactional. So this one can be read-only, and this one can be read-only as well. And then now let's create our endpoint. So let's go to infrastructure.primary. Let's create, because we didn't really did it last time, so let's create a first user package. Let's put that there. Let's create another package named conversation. Now we are going to create first our object. It will be some record of REST conversation. This object will have a UUID name public ID, a string name, a list of REST user for conversation named, it will be the members, and we'll have a list of REST message name messages. So let's first create those two objects, and then we will come back to this class. So let's create the REST user for conversation. Let's annotate it with builder, and this one will have a last name, a first name, then a UUID public ID, and a string image URL. We will have a method public static that will return REST user for conversation named from, that will take as parameter user, and we'll have a REST. Let's build, and let's see if we have the builder for conversation. Yes, I saw it. So let's get a builder for this. Let's create the local variable. And so if the user has some image URL, then we are going to put it inside this DTO. So yes, sorry for that. So do a user.get dot value. All right, and then we just need to do the rest of the field. So let's put the last name, user.get last name dot value, the first name, get user dot value. Let's do the same for the public ID, user dot get public ID dot value, and let's build. I just forgot one field, which is a instant last seen. So let's build it again. So it will be the get last seen. Okay. Then we need another method that will return a list of REST user for conversation named from, and it will take set of user as parameter. So let's return a user.stream.map and a REST user for conversation from and a toList. And that's all. Now let's come back to this and let's create the REST message. So this one is going to be a big one. So let's first create a package. It will be a REST message. Let's annotate it with @builder, and this class will have a string text content. We will have an send date. We will have a message send state, a public ID, a conversation ID, a message type, so sorry, it's type, a media content, a byte array of media content, a MIME type, and a sender ID. Let's create an empty constructor and a constructor with all the fields. Then we are going to have, as we usually do, a mapper method that will send a REST message from a message. Let's just make sure, yes, the endpoint is good. Okay, so let's use the builder. So let's just build, okay, from. So let's call the REST message builder dot REST message. Let's introduce a local variable. Then let's pass the parameter text content. So it's message dot get content, then send date, get send time dot date, then the state, message dot get send state, then the public ID, message dot get public ID dot value, then the conversation ID, message dot get conversation ID, then the type, message dot get content dot type, and the sender ID dot get sender dot value. Okay, then if the message dot get content dot type is not message type dot text, then the REST message builder we can, so then it's an audio or video message, and so we need to extract the content accordingly. So it's media.file and the MIME type. So message dot get content dot media.mime type. All right, that's all. We can like return the object with the method build. Then let's take the same method but for the list, in case we have a list of messages. Right, it's not a just list, it's a set. And on this we just do a return message.stream.map rest messages from to list. Now let's do the opposite. So the public static we will, oh, but this one can wait. No, let's do this method later. So right now we just need a from. So let's go back to the REST conversation, okay, and let's implement the from. So the method will be public static. It will return a REST conversation name from, and we will have a conversation as parameter. Let's take a builder. So we don't have it because I forgot to put the annotation. So let's rebuild. Okay, then it's REST conversation builder like this. Let's introduce a local variable, and now let's extract the name. So conversation.get conversation name.name, then public ID conversation.get public ID dot value members REST user conversation from conversation.get member, and if the conversation has messages, then let's extract those messages with the REST message dot from conversation dot get message, and just now return the object with the build method. Okay, let's compile to see if we have some error, and we do. So maybe let's just first remove target. So I think it's because we move the class, we move the builder. So we need to implement some new method here. But okay, so no, so it's not. So no, it's IDs here, and here it's set. So that's why here's the same. So in Spring Data User repository, here we made a mistake. It's get public by IDs, it's a set. And so of course here we need to correct this. And now it seems to compile or not. So user count not found. So let's go to the GPA. Okay, it's because there is a typo, small typo here. Yeah, because here we also forgot to do a group by, of course, because if you have having, you need to have group by. So it's conversation.id. All right, now it's fine. The backend is starting properly. So now that we fix those small errors, let's come back and let's create our conversation resource. Now that we have the right object. So conversations. Okay, so let's annotate it with @REST controller. Let's add as well the request mapping. It will be /API/conversation. Okay, we will inject only the conversation application service by constructor. So let's start. First, we have a method that will send a response, that will return a response entity of REST conversation. We begin by the get. Okay, it will take as parameter pageable. and it's just a get. We need to call the getAll by connected users. We just pass pageable, and we stream.map to REST conversation from, and we just do a toList. So this one we create a local variable. So sorry for that, it's REST conversations. And let's return directly the response entity. Now for the create, we will return a response entity of REST conversation. We will name it create. It will be a post mapping with a request body of REST conversation to create. And we forgot to create this one, REST conversation to create. Okay, so let's create it right now. Java class, record, REST conversation to create. This record will have a string last name, a string first name, a UUID public ID, an instant last seen, and a string image URL. So this object will just have two fields. It will have a set of UUID of members and just a name. So it will be a simple one. So then let's create the method to map it. So it will be a conversation to create from a REST conversation to create. Okay, and what we need is first to annotate it with @builder. So let's build this. Let's have the REST conversation to create builder. Let's introduce the variable, and first let's extract the members. Let's do a stream.map. So user public ID new, and let's do a collector to set. Now let's return a conversation builder. Yeah, in fact, we don't need the conversation builder dot. No, it's the conversation to create builder dot conversation builder like this. So a name, new conversation name, REST conversation dot name, then a member. So why? So yes, so member user. So because here I need to create the local variable user UUIDs, and we pass by the parameter. We do that build to send back the conversation to create. Okay, so now we have the object. We can come back to the conversation resource. We just do a first REST conversation to create from the REST conversation to create. So in fact, it's not from, it's to domain. So we just introduce a new variable named new conversation. Okay. Then we call the application service create. We pass the new conversation as parameter. So this is the conversation state. We create a local variable here, and then the new conversation, the conversation state dot get statue equals statue notification dot OK. Then we do a REST conversation from new conversation state dot get value. We create a local variable, so REST conversation, and we return it wrapped with the response entity. If we have an error, then we create a problem detail for the status of bad request, and here we can say not allowed to create conversation. Then we can just send back the response entity dot, so it's off. Here we need to create the local variable and pass it as parameter. All right, for the method create. Let's continue with the delete method. So this method will return a response entity of UUID. Let's call it delete, and the parameter will be a request param of type UUID, and the name will be public ID. Let's call the conversation application service dot delete. Let's pass the parameter public ID. Oh, we need to instantiate a new conversation public ID. Let's create a local variable that we can name REST conversation. And if the status is equals to OK, then we just return a response entity OK of REST conversation. No, we just return the public ID. And if there is an error, we create a problem detail of statue bad request. So bad HTTP status dot bad request, and we just say not allowed to delete this conversation. Then we create the local variable and we return a response entity of problem detail. Let's not forget here to annotate this method to delete mapping. And now let's write the get1 by public ID. So it will return a response entity of REST conversation. The name of the method will be get1 by public ID. It's going to be a request param for the parameter, a UUID of conversation ID. Then we call the application service, the get1 by conversation ID. We instantiate a new conversation public ID record with the conversation ID that we have in the request param. With that, we called then map, and we transform the conversation object to a REST conversation object. Then if, before the if, let's introduce a local variable. And if the REST conversation is present, then we just return a response entity with the REST conversation inside. And if not, then we just create a problem detail. So let's split that up and let's see. Let's say not able to find this conversation. Let's add the annotation at get mapping. The endpoint, the name will be get1 by public ID, and that's it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 methods. So let's now try to compile. Let's see if there is some error. So the compilation is fine, and let's see if it runs. Okay, so it should be good. Great job. So now we need a last service in our backend. It will be the search for the user. So let's reduce this. Let's open the JPA user repository and let's implement this endpoint. So this endpoint will return a page of user entity name search, okay, with a pageable object and a string that will be the query. Then this method will have a custom query where we will select user from user entity user, where the lower user dot last name, like lower concat. So it's single quote query and single quote, and it's here plus, or so I will just copy paste this one because it's going to be the same, lower first name and query like this. All right, now let's open the Spring Data user repository. Okay, let's return here the JPA search method, the JPA user repository search method that we just write, and let's pass the right parameter, and then let's map to the domain object. All right, let's also here, we didn't implement this method that we will need later. So it will be user public ID dot stream dot map user public ID dot to list. Here, what we want is to get only make a list of user public ID, user public IDs. So here we need to change, let's say a row. Okay, and then let's return jpa repository.find by public id in row public id dot stream dot map user entity to domain dot to list. Okay, let's write this method inside the repository. So it's going to be a list of user entity. So the name is find by public id in, and that's a list of UUID public IDs. All right, let's go to our read user reader, and let's create a method public that will return a page of user name search with a parameter pageable and a string query for the search of the user, containing the search of the user. Then we just call the user repository.search, and that's all we need to do on this class. Then let's go to the user application service, and let's create the method search. So it will be a list of users. So we call it search. There is the pageable parameter and the query. And we just do a user reader dot search pageable query of stream dot to list. Now we can go to our user resources, and we can create, just let's not forget to put the transactional annotation like this, and let's go to the user resources class. Okay, this method will return a user entity of list of REST search user. The name of this method will be search, and it will be a pageable. The parameter will be a pageable, and a string query that would be a request param. So let's first here at public and here, let's create a REST search user here. So REST search user with the annotation at builder. So we'll have a last name, first name, email, public ID, and image URL. We will then have a mapping method that will send back a REST search user from, so with some parameter user. So let's build to have the REST search builder. So REST search user builder, okay, I have it. Then let's introduce a local variable, and if the user.get last name is different from null, then we can extract it. So user.get last name dot value. Let's do the same for these three fields. So the get first name here. Here it's going to be image URL, same here and same here. Okay, then we can directly do for the email, it's mandatory, so we can just do like user.getEmail.value, and the image URL is going to be user.getImageURL.value. Then we can just return the object with a build call to the builder. All right, now let's come back to the user resource, and we are going to call the application user service. So the search method with the pageable and the query. Then we create a local variable. So the REST search. So it's the search results. Okay. And now we can call directly REST search. Here, what we will do is that we will do a map with the REST search user from, and we'll do a collect, not a collect, but you can do a to list directly, and we just change the variable like this. It will be shorter. Then we can just do a return response entity of search result of search result. Let's run it. Okay, and let's not forget the annotation get mapping, and the name of the endpoint will be search. All right, so now it's time for us to go back to our front end. And what we will do here, we will implement first the list of user where the user can search, and when he clicks, it will create a conversation. So first, we will open a new terminal and we are going to create a new component inside the navbar folder. So it will be njgc layout navbar, and it's going to be new conversation. We are going to need a service as well. So let's create it now. It's going to be inside the same folder. So layout, navbar, and user search. All right. So let's start by implementing our endpoint with the user search service. First, I will need the HTTP client. So let's inject it. I'm going to need a search query that will be a subject of type search query and a search result that is going to be a new subject of type state array of a base user. So let's import this one, and we are going to need here, let's create a model directory with a user search dot model.ts, and let's create an interface search query. We will need a query string and a page type pagination that we import earlier. Let's import this. Then we will need a search results that will be equals to search results and as observable. Then we are going to implement with a private method the fetch result that will be in charge of send the search query to the user, to the API. So this method will have a parameter of type search query. We will have, so we need to create the HTTP params with a create pagination option method. We will give as parameter the page, and we will need to put as well the query that the user typed. So query search query dot query. Then let's implement the HTTP call. So this dot HTTP dot get of type array of base user. The URL for this is going to be environment dot API URL slash users slash search. Let's pass the param as option. And sorry, it's not void, it's observable of type array of base user. That's better. We are going to need a public method that our component can call to trigger some query. So let's implement it. It will be very simple. We are just going to trigger inside the observable, and we are just going to pass to the next method the search query. Now let's implement the method that will that is going to take care of the search. So it's going to be, so listen to search. So void, so this search query pipe. So we will first do a distinct until change because we don't want to trigger twice the same query. Then we will do a debounce to avoid spamming the API. So it's debounce like this. Right, then a switch map where we will do query this dot fetch result query dot pipe. Here we are going to catch error, and in case of error we are going to just do a search results dot next with a state dot builder of array of base user with for error, and we will just return an empty observable. Okay, so that's this one. Then we subscribe to this observable, and we implement next. So next, it's going to be a list of user, and we are going to do a next on the observable on the search result observable, and we will send a state dot builder of array of base user for success, and we'll send the array like this. For error, we will do the following. So let's copy this, except that it's for error, and we pass the error like this. Now let's call this method inside the constructor to initialize it at the beginning. And now we can go to the new conversation component. So let's write the code. We need to implement on init and on destroy. Okay, let's implement all members. Then we will need a search service. So the service that we just write. We are going to need the toast service. So this one, we are going to create it now. The active of canvas, that is to open the canvas. This is a bootstrap-based service. And that's it for now. Let's just create the toast service now. We are just not going to implement it yet. We will just do it right after this one. So let's create this service inside shared toast. All right, let's import it for now. We will need a query string and the array to put the result of the current search. Let's initialize as well the search pagination parameter, so size 20, sort, so I forgot the equals, sort first name ask. Like this, we sort it by first name. Let's declare a loading boolean, and we will need the subscription to unsubscribe when the component is going to be destroyed. Here we can already take care of the destroyed of the subscription. Like this, we don't forget. Here there is a little typo. So now when the user type something inside the field, we are going to react by first put the loading search to true. Then let's create a new search query object with inside the new query. So new query, and the page is going to be this dot search. So this one is search page, and this one is a string. Then we call the search service, the search method of the search service. Now what we need to do is to listen to the search observable, search result observable. So let's code this method. So let's do a search service dot search result dot subscribe, and we will receive the user state. And if the user state dot status equals OK, and there is something inside the user value, then we can assign the array that we created earlier to the value that is inside the state. If there is an error, we are going to call the toast service with a method show error occurred when fetching search results. Please try again. And it will be a danger. So now that we need the toast, let's finish this service and then we will implement it. Let's not forget to put the loading search to false. And we will need two more methods, the on close nav, because we will have a button to close the navigation, the offset canvas. And we will need a method to handle conversation when the user is clicking. When the user clicks on a new conversation, we need to redirect it and we need to load this conversation. So right now we are just going to close, but later we will have here the service conversation to load the conversation. Okay, so let's take the toast service. So it's going to have a toast info. Okay, so we initialize it to empty array. Let's create the toast info model. So export interface. Toast info, it's simple, we have a body and we have class name. Let's import this. Let's write a show method with a body and a type that can be success or danger. Now we will need a class name, a variable class name. If the type is equals danger, then the class name is equals to bg danger text light. And if that's not the case, then the class name is equals to bg success text light. So now let's do toast. Let's create the object toast info with the body and the class name, and we just push this object inside the array. Now we need a remove method as well. So toast info, and let's do this toast equals to toast dot filter toast to compare different from toast. All right, so now it's fine. And last things, we need to display the toast. So let's go to the app component.html. Let's create a div with a position, absolute, margin top 3, and toast container. Let's now do a for toast of toast service dot toast. Track will be toast, and here we need to inject in the app component, we need to inject this toast service. Yes, it shouldn't be private. Okay, and we will instantiate some ngb toast component with class toast dot class name, then auto hide to true, delay 3000, hidden is going to be toast dot service dot remove toast, and inside this it would be toast dot body. All right, with this it should be okay. Let's just see if the compilation is fine. Yes, that's the case. Okay. So let's just try here as well, the toast service, show hello toast, and success. Like this, we will see if the toast service is working or not. Let's now call the init search result listener. Okay, and here we need to put the subscription like this, and the component, the code should be fine. Now, before we jump on the HTML, we are going to need another sub component that we are going to create right now. So let's create a component inside the layout, navbar, new conversation / conversation selector. Let's reduce this. So this component will be very simple. We are just going to have some fields. So we will have a title. It would just be the title, the subtitle, and the picture URL of the conversation. So it's going to be very simple. Let's import this one. Then we will need a subtitle, input dot required of string, a picture URL, and we are going to need a output, so a new event emitter of type void. All right, and just one method on click that we just call this dot select dot next. Then inside the HTML of the conversation selector component, let's create a div id of user container, then a div that would be a separator, then another div of class user flex align item center and padding 4. With then we will listen to the click here with on click with a div for the avatar. So if there is a picture URL, then we'll have an image with a src with a picture URL with an alt attribute that is going to be user avatar, and a class round with a class rounded 3 avatar and a width of 50 pixels. If that's not the case. We are going to display a div of font awesome icon with the name user and a class avatar unknown. Then we will have a div of class flex colon margin start 3, and inside this a class of font size 4 with a title and another div that will be the subtitle, and we will just put subtitle here. All right, now let's go to the new conversation component. So first we are going to need to put an ID content, then another div of class padding y4 padding bottom 2, the flex column justify content end with ID header. Then inside this we have another div of class flex justify content start, align item center and margin bottom 1. A font awesome icon, arrow left, and with click on close nav with a class mx4 and a ID close. Then we'll have another div of class title, so add new people. Then we'll have a div with the ID main and a class flex colon align item center, an input ng model of query and the ng model change that we call the onQuery change method. After this, we're going to have a class of form control weight 75 my5 of type text and a placeholder search name. Below this input, we are going to have a div of class flex, so flex colon weight 100 and overflow y auto. Then let's put a for with user of user results track user dot public id. Then let's instantiate the WAC conversation selector. So we will pass the title, so user dot first name plus space plus user dot last name. Then the subtitle that will be hi, I'm using WhatsApp clone, and the picture URL, so user.image URL, and we will listen to select handle conversation user.public id. Now we need few other cases, so if the user result dot length equals 0, we can, and we are not searching, we need to signify to the user that his search has no result, so no result found, and display a loader if we are in loading state. So it's going to be the spinner grow text primary role status, so span class visually hidden loading. All right, so now we are close to be able to test. Let's just see first if so the compilation seems okay. Now let's go to our navbar component and let's instantiate the off canvas service, so off ngp of canvas like this, and when we open new conversation we call the off canvas open new conversation component. The option will be position start container main panel class of canvas. All right, now let's try. So I think we have some style issue first. Let's write the style. So the import is going to be so assets SCSS bootstrap variable. Okay. Then we'll have a header that will have a background color, menu bj color, and the height of 100 pixel. Then main background color, bg conversation color, and the height of calc 100% minus 100. Then a close that will have a cursor pointer. All right, let's try again. So yes, so the style is way better. So here there is things that we forgot is that we want to fire a first search to have some results. So let's create a search query object with an empty query and the default page. Then let's just call the search service.search like this. So let's not import this. Let's see. All right, so I'm the only one. I'm just going to import some dummy users. So like this, we can see more. So let's do like this. Let's do this. Let's just get rid of this and let's replay. All right, it should be okay. So let's close this. Let's close this and let's retry. Okay, so here inside the REST user message, we have a small issue. We shouldn't check the image URL, but revert this is more than get user public ID. So let's reboot this. Let's refresh. Let's try again. Okay, so we can see that we have some result. It's good. So if I try to search, we can see that it's working, and also we have the hello toast here that is not really working properly because it's still black, but we still have the nice canvas. So of course we can't really click on it right now. I mean, we can click on it, but nothing happens. So that's nice. Great job. So now let's take care of the conversation list. So first, let's come back to our backend. Let's open a terminal and let's create a new service inside conversation folder. So njs.js conversation service. So for this one, we will need the HTTP client, the user, the OAuth 2 service. We will need a create or load conversation that is going to be a new subject of type string, then a create or load conversation observable derived from the one above. After this, we will need a private navigate to conversation subject, so new subject of type conversation. So let's reduce this to have more space, and we need the navigate to conversation as observable as well. Just before we continue, let's create the model. So let's create it here, the TypeScript. So conversation dot model. So export interface conversation public ID string name string members array of base user messages array of message active boolean, and we will need as well another interface for the conversation to create the members, so array of string a name, and that's all. Let's create now as well the message model in another file, so message.model. So export interface message. We are going to have few export type send state equals to send, sent, received, and read. Another export type message type that can be type text, audio, video, or picture. For the message, we have text content, type string, send date, of type day.js, conversation ID, type string, state, type send state, public ID, type string, type message type, media content, type file, MIME type string, and sender ID type string. Now let's come back to the service. Let's import and let's continue. So we are going to need a private create subject. So the type will be state of conversation. So it's the wrong import and a create observable, then a get all observable, a get all subjects. This one is a array of conversation. Then, so let's be careful with that, a delete that is of type string and the observable like this, and then the get one by public ID. Get one by public ID. Right. We also need a connected user of type connected user that can be undefined. Inside a constructor, we will need an effect where if the user the auth to service, we are going to fetch the user. So it's fetch user, the signal, sorry for that, dot status equals. Okay, and there is some value inside. Then we are going to instantiate this dot connected user with the user contained inside the signal. So first of all, in terms of methods, we will need a handle navigate to conversation. This method will have a user public ID of type string, and it's going to call the create or load conversation.next, and it will pass down the user public ID in parameter. Then we are going to need a handle get all. The parameter will be a pagination object. Okay, so let's create a param variable with the create pagination option, and then let's call the HTTP client dot get of type array of conversation. The address is going to be conversations, and the param will be like this. Then let's subscribe to it, and inside the next we are going to have the conversation that will be an array, and we are going to do several operations. So first we are going to map the date to day.js list. Then we are going to sort message by time, and then we are going to sort conversation by last message. After that, we are going to do a next to emit the state with the corresponding result coming from the API. So it's going to be state builder for success with the conversation, and let's implement the error part. Let's copy paste this. It's for error, and let's write those three methods. First, let's create the map date-to-day.js. So the parameter will be a conversation, and we are just going to do conversation for each conversation, and this dot map date to day.js conversation. Then this method here, it's only one conversation. So if conversation dot messages, so if the conversation has some messages, then let's do a for each, and on the for each we just make a message dot send date equals day.js message dot send. Then let's sort message by time. So to sort the message by time, we do sort, so then conversation A, conversation B, and if conversation A have some message and conversation B have some message as well, and conversation B has a length different from 0, and conversation A is the same, then we can return conversation B dot message of conversation conversation B dot message dot length dot send date to date dot get time minus the same for conversation A, else return 0. Let's now do the last method, which will be private sort conversation by last message. So this one, sorry, it's not sort by message time, but that's this one, and this one is sort by message time. So sort by message time is conversation.forEach, conversation dot message dot sort. So this one will be message A and message B. Then we just return a message A dot send date dot to date dot get time minus message B dot send date dot to date dot get time, and we have all three. Okay. Now we are going to need to implement the create method. So it's going to be a handle create with a parameter of conversation to create. Conversation to create. Let's call the HTTP client of post conversation. The URL will be environment.api URL / conversation. The body will be the conversation to create. We are going to subscribe to it, do a next. The object that we receive is conversation, and we are going to call the map date to day.js for the conversation, and we will just call the next method of the subject with the state that we are going to build with this builder for success with the conversation inside. For the error, let's just copy paste this one. So this one is just for error. All right, so for the handle create. Now let's implement the delete version. So the delete is going to be conversation public ID. It's going to be a string. We are going to need a HTTP params. So new HTTP params set of public ID. Then let's do an HTTP call delete, type delete. The answer will be a string, and the address is going to be environment.api URL / conversations with the option as params dot subscribe. So let's do a next. Next, we are going to have the public ID back, and let's just do a next on the observable with the state builder of type string with the public ID inside. Same for error. Let's copy paste this for error and error. Now let's do the handle get one conversation ID string. We will need a HTTP param as well. It's going to be conversation ID. It's going to be an HTTP get of type conversation, and the address of the API is going to be get one by public ID, and the params is going to be like this. The subscribe is going to be next inside with conversation that is returned by the API, and we are going to do a map date to day.js on the conversation, and let's call the get one by public ID.next with a state builder of type conversation and conversation. Then no, not like this, like this. Error. Let's just copy paste for error, and that's good for this method. Okay, then we are going to need a navigate to new conversation with a parameter conversation, and we just need to do a next inside this one. So let's do next dot next conversation. Let's also have a convenient method to find the receiver member of the conversation. It's going to return a base user, and we are going to do a conversation dot members dot find member dot public ID is different from this dot connected user dot public ID. Let's check that the compilation is fine for now. So yes, it seems fine. Okay, let's import. Oh no, it's not fine. Let's just reload it. Okay, now that our service is complete, let's create the different component that we will need. So let's first create the conversation component. So inside the conversation, and as well the conversation component. Oh, so let's do like this. All right, that's a bit better. What we can do is to organize this a bit. So let's import. Okay, let's reduce this to have more space and let's clean this a bit. Now let's open the conversation. Now let's open the conversation component and let's begin. So this one will be the smallest part here. It's just the unique conversation. So we're going to have an input required of type conversation and a connected user of type input required of base user. Then we will need a conversation service. Let's import it. We will need two outputs. So select a new event emitter of type conversation, another output of type delete, and we will emit as well conversation. Then we'll have a protected show menu equals false, a number of unread message, and a contact of type base user or undefined. Then we will need a show conversation method where it's when the user click. So we are going to emit with the select event emitter with the emit method. So it's going to be this conversation. All right. We will need a constructor as well where we will put an effect of this contact and we will go find in the conversation service the get received member with the conversation signal, input signal. Right, let's here create a method. Listen to, it's more like get receiver member. All right, we will need so to compute the title. So it's going to return a string. It's if this dot contact, then we return this dot contact dot first name plus this dot contact dot last name. And if we don't have anything, then we return the name of the conversation. We also need a compute time to display to the user when he received the last message from this contact. So last message, so it's equal to this dot get last message. If last message, then we return the JS of last message dot send date from now. So from now, right? So it's because we forgot to add a plugin. So let's add it for the JS. Let's add a private config JS method here. So this dot config JS and JS dot extend relative time. All right, so I don't know why my ID didn't want it to import it, but you can import it with this. Okay, so let's come back, and now the from now is okay. So it's because the from now will display like a day ago, 2 days ago, yesterday, and sort of this. So it would be very handy for our user. That's why we try to format the date this way. Okay, so let's implement this method. So to get last message, it will return a message or null. And so if this dot conversation dot messages and this dot conversation, we can return this dot conversation dot messages and we take the last message. And if not, then we can return null. So then here we can return just an empty string. Then we need to compute the unread messages. So it will return a boolean. So if this conversation dot message, this dot conversation dot messages dot filter message. So it's message dot state received and message dot sender ID is different from the connected user. Then let's create a local variable. So this one are the unread messages. It can be a constant. And if the unread messages is bigger than 0, if the length is bigger than 0, then the number of unread messages is equals to the unread messages dot length. And we can return true, else we can return false. And here we can return false as well. So this one doesn't need to be private. We can have the on, we need to as well write on delete. So we are just going to emit, and we need a on mouse over method. So we are just going to say the show menu is equals to true, and on mouse leave, we are going to do the same. It's because when the user is putting his cursor inside, we want to show the menu as we do on WhatsApp, but when it doesn't, we just remove this menu. Let's now switch to the template and let's get rid of everything, and let's start by writing a div. So this div will have a conditional active class. The condition will be that the conversation is active. We will have as well a class with a position relative, a mouse over listener, where we will call the onMouse over method, and a onMouse leave listener, where we will call the onMouse leave method. So, all right, we are going to have another div with a class conversation container. Inside this, another div with a class separator, another div with a class user flex, justify content between, align item center, and padding 4. This div will have a click where we will trigger show conversation, and here we are going to take care of the avatar div. So first, this div will have a flex class with a align content center. Inside this, another div with an avatar class and an if statement. The contact dot image URL is present. Then we are going to display the image, the avatar. So it's image URL alt user avatar class avatar unknown, and with a width of 60 pixels. If there is no avatar, then we just display a default icon. So user class avatar unknown. After this, let's create another div with a class flex colon margin start 3, another div with a class font small 4, and a conditional class text dash bold, and we will check if there is unread messages, and this div will display the compute title of the conversation. Then another div with a class font small 6. Inside this one, another div with a class subtitle ellipsis, another div with a class flex justify content start and align items center. We will have as well a conditional class text dash bold, and with the same condition as above, or if the conversation is active. Inside this one, we are going to create just later a component that will help us to display the state of a messages. It will be the small tick of the message. Like this, you can see, the user can know if it's received, sent, viewed, etc. So we'll take the get last messages. So let's create it just after this one. And so if we have some last message, we need to know the type. So if it's picture, then we will display a special icon. So with a class margin end 2, and the icon, the name, it's going to be image. All right. Then we will have if that's not a picture, if it's audio, let's copy paste this one. It's going to be headphones. And if it's video, then it's going to be video. Then let's create a div. And inside this div, we will display the content, of the last message. So it's going to be text content. After this, we are going to need another div with a class deflex, flex colon, justify content end, align item ends. Then another div with a conditional class with highlight. The name of the class will be highlight time, and the condition will be the same. It's going to be has unread message. The class will be subtitle, and we will display here the compute time. Then let's take care of the number of unread messages inside this div with a position absolute, z-indexed 3, conversation menu, flex, align, items, center. So if the user has unread messages, then we are going to display inside this div with a class unread message, flex margin end 1, justify content center, align item center, margin top 2. And here we are just we just put number of unread messages. Then if the show menu is set to true, then we are going to show them the menu. So it will be ngb dropdown with a, so I need to import it with a class inline, the inline block margin top 1 with a hashtag menu conversation equals ngb drop down, and with a conditional class button menu active equals menu conversation dot open. Inside this one, we'll have another div with a class button menu with the directive ngb dropdown toggle. Then we will have the menu element with the directive ngb dropdown item, and inside this we are going to have the button. So the button will as well have the directive ngb dropdown item, and we will listen to the click on this button, and we will call the onDelete method to take care of the deletion of the conversation. Now that we have done this one, let's create this component. So let's go back to the terminal and let's create a new component in messages slash send state display. All right, let's now go to this component. We will just need one input, one message input. It's going to be a required one. So sorry for that. It's input dot required. Let's import this one. The type is message, and let's go to the template. The template will be if there is a message. We will have a div with a class send state with a flex class and a relative position. With this, we will have a conditional class. The message dash viewed will be equals to message dot state that should be equals to read. So yes, the import was wrong. So I need to import it. Yes, it's model. It's not Angular compiler. Okay, and inside this div, I will have another if the message dot state can reuse this if it's like sent or received or read. Then let's display an icon. The icon will be check. So it's going to be the first check, and the second check if it's the message has been received or read. So let's get rid of one, and it's going to be check as well, but with some class to style it. So it's going to be icon received and with absolute position. Okay, now let's open the SCSS file and let's add the small class for the styling. So we are going to have an icon received inside send state. It's going to be left 5 pixels and a message dash viewed class with a far icon color of 53BDEB. All right, now if we go back to this one, we should import this component. So we get rid of the error. And now let's open the CSS file. Let's first import the SCSS variable. So assets, SCSS, and bootstrap variable. Okay, then we will need a drop-down class. Sorry for that. A drop-down class with a button menu and with a height of 20 pixels, a width of 20 pixels. Then a placeholder dash menu with a height, so it's going to be the same. Then a conversation menu with a height of 22 pixels, a bottom of 10 pixels, and a color secondary. Another class ellipsis with a width of 150 pixels, a active class with a background color of menu pj color, then a WAC send state display with a margin right of 10 pixels, a unread class, unread message with a border radius of 25 pixels, a background color primary, a color background conversation color, a width of 25 pixel, a height of 25 pixel. Then another class of highlight, the name will be highlight time, with a font weight bold and a color primary. Okay. Then last one, a text bold with color white. This one is not really accurate. So I'm just going to rename it. It would be more accurate. Let's put like white text, white text, white text. All right. So we are good with this component. Let's go now to the conversation component. For this component, we are going to need the conversation service, then the toast service, the O2 service, and that's it for now in terms of service. Then we are going to need a conversation array where we will like store the conversation. So it's going to be a list. Then we will have the selected conversation who can be undefined. We will have the create or load conversation that is going to be a subscription and it can be undefined as well. I will just like copy paste this one because we need 4. So this one will be the create sub, this one the get all sub, and this one the delete sub. Then let's add the connected user. Let's have the constructor. Let's have an empty one because we are going to need it. Let's fetch the connected user. So fetch connected user. Let's do an effect and let's extract on the O2 service the fetch user signal. Let's create a local variable. Then we check the status of it. So if it's okay and that connected user state dot value dot email, let's add the if, and also sorry for that the email is different from connected user state dot value. Sorry, that's not this, it's this OAuth the service dot not connected. If everything, if those conditions are met, then we will just fill this variable with what's inside the signal, and then we are going to call the conversation service dot handle get all. We just fill, so we are going to request the page 0 with a size of 20 and no need to sort. Then let's call this method here. So it's fetch connected user. Let's implement on init and on destroy. Let's implement all members. Okay. First, let's listen to the get all conversation observable. And let's use the get all sub. Let's do a this.conversation.getAll.subscribe. The object that will be sent is a conversation state. Okay, let's go to the next line. Then if the conversation state dot status is equals okay and that there is something inside, then we are going to fill this variable with what's inside the signal, not the signal, sorry, the subject. And if that's not the case, then we are going to call the toast service to show that to the user that there is an error. So error occurred when fetching conversation, and the type is danger. Let's call this method inside the engine init, like this we don't forget. Then let's listen to the get one by public ID. So we can use oh, we don't have sub for this. Okay, so it's okay, we will create it later. So this dot configuration service dot get one by public ID, we subscribe to it. It's a conversation state. Let's go to the next line, and it's the same as this one, except that there is no S here. Okay, and if that's the case, we can push the conversation inside the array. And if we had a problem with this, then we can directly show it to the user. So error occurred when fetching conversation. Then let's here call this method. Then let's listen to conversation created. So let's use the create subscription. So here the same, this dot conversation service dot create dot subscribe. Let's directly go to the next line, and it's going to be a new conversation state. So if the conversation is okay, then we are going to do a conversations. We are going to push this new conversation to the new array, and we are going to call the conversation service and navigate to the new conversation. Again, if that's not the case, then let's display an error when occurred when conversation creation. Let's call this method. All right. And then let's listen to navigate to conversation. Let's use the create or load conversation sub. Then let's call inside the service the create or load conversation. Let's subscribe to it. We will have a user public ID. Let's first try to find the conversation by doing a find. Okay, and let's find it. Let's find it with the members of this conversation. So let's do a find index with a member.public ID equals user public ID is different from -1. Here, let's create a local variable. It's going to be existing conversation. If there is one, then we are going to do a conversation service that navigate to new conversation. So we will navigate to this existing conversation. And if not, then we are going to create it. So first, let's create a new conversation object. So it's going to be conversation to create. It's going to have a member and with a user public ID and a name default. So here I just forgot the equals. Oh, okay, it's because here there is a small typo. It's string with a s minus. So that's why there was a problem here. And we will call here handle create new conversation. So if you remember, this one will be called when the user will click on plus and click on a new conversation. So that's why we need to know if the conversation already exists, because if that's the case, we are not going to request the API to create it again. Now let's go a little bit above and let's call this method. So listen to navigate to conversation. There is a small typo here. Now let's handle the on delete conversation. So the parameter will be a conversation, and we will call directly the conversation service dot handle delete by passing the public ID of the conversation. Then we will need a onSelect conversation. So conversation. This one will occur when the user click on it. So we will have an if there is a selected conversation, then let's put the active to false because we need to switch. And then the selected conversation become the one that is coming as parameter. Then the selected conversation needs to be active. And we are going to navigate to this new conversation. Let's not forget now to this one, and let's not forget to implement the ng on destroy with the different subscription. So it's a bit repetitive. So this one is create sub, this one is create sub, this one is get all sub, and let's copy this one, the delete sub. Okay, the delete sub, I think we are not going to use it. So let's transform it to the one that we didn't do. So that's the get one by public ID. All right, now let's go to the HTML and let's get rid of everything. Let's create a div with a height 100, with a div of class flex colon, weight 100, overflow y auto, and a height of 100. Then let's do a for each for conversation of conversations, track conversation by public ID, and let's use the WAC conversation component that we just created before. So let's pass this parameter, then the connected user is going to be connected user like this. Then let's listen to delete on delete conversation with the $event and the select on select conversation. Now let's check if we have any compilation issue. So no, it seems fine. And now let's go to the browser. Let's log in. So first we need to go to the app component and let's put here the WAC conversation. No, not this one. The conversation ones. Let's import it. Okay, let's reload. So the conversation is possibly undefined. So line 10. Okay, so it should be this one. All right, so an error occurred. So first, let's open the console and let's see. Okay, so here we have an issue with the service. So conversation, sorry, conversation service. And here it's conversation. Yes. So of course there is no conversation. So let's click on this and let's click on this one. Okay, so nothing happened. So let's see, let's go to new conversation and okay, it's because we don't call the service. So we need to inject it in new conversation. and we need to call it handle navigate to conversation with the user public ID. Let's go back. Let's do this. Let's click. Okay, error occurred. Now we have a post issue in the backend. So let's see what happens. So the issue that we have, it's because here we need to do a save and flush, and not just a save. It's because here we have an @UUID generator, and to make this generation happen, we need to flush. So just change this, and then we can go back here, we can do a plus, and we can click, and you can see that the conversation has been created successfully. Now we have here a small issue. So that's normal that we doesn't have any message now, but we have here some issue with the button. So let's check why. All right, so let's go to the conversation component.html, and here we can see that it's wrong. The directive, it's menu. So let's go back, and we can see that now the menu is working properly. So let's create some new conversation. Okay, you can see that we can click and the active is working. Let's now check if we can delete one. So it seems that no. So here, nothing happens, it's normal. So if we click on delete, we can see, so let's delete. So you can see that here, the delete has occurred. And if we refresh, it happens. It's just that right now, we want to notify the user in real time. So we notify it only if it's connected. So we will do that on the next chapter. So in any case, great job, because we have a functional list of conversation where we can add and, so I try to add mine, where you can add and delete and select conversation successfully. Great job. Now that we successfully implement our list of conversation, we are going to need more real-time feature. For that, we will use the server sent event. So let's begin now by our backend, with our backend. So let's open the infrastructure and secondary package message, and here let's create a record name conversation ID with users. This record will allow us to send the right information to our notification service. That will send a notification to our user through server sent event. So we will need the conversation public ID and a list of user public ID. The list we will use it to notify the connected user. After this, we are going to need a new Spring service, so the notification service, where we will implement all the low-level functionalities of the server sent event. So first, we are going to need the user application service. Let's create the constructor. We are going to need a logger, so log factory.getLogger and notification service.class. No, it's because the logger is not the right one. Okay, it's better. Then we are going to need a map of string of SSE emitter. This map will contain all the users who are connected inside on the server side, on the server sent event in our server. The first method that we will need is a public void heartbeat. With this method, we will maintain the connection with the user. So we will need to schedule it with a fixed rate every 5 seconds. Then we are going to do a for each map.entry, and we'll do an entry set on the emitter map. Then we'll have a try with a catch illegal state exception, and inside this we are going to do a SS. So it's SSE emitter like this, SS emitter dot get value dot send, and SSE emitter dot event dot name. So the name will be heartbeat. The ID will be the key of the map, and the key is the UUID of the user. And the data, we'll just put check heartbeat. That's it. And on the catch here, we will put an error, or let's put just info and say remove this one from the map. SSE emitter dot get key, and we will remove it because it means that it's not there anymore. All right, then after this, we are going to need a method where we will add the user when he is connected inside the application. So let's make a method, add emitter with a user email as parameter. We will call the user application service dot get user by email. Okay, user email dot get value. Let's add this method inside the user reader. So we already have this one. So we just need to create a new one. So it's get user by email. Here it's user email. And here it's get by email, user email. And let's remove this because we are going to, return one optional user. All right, that's better. So now let's come back here and let's just return this. Let's create a local variable. And if the user by email is present, then we are going to put a log here, new emitter added to the list. Okay, then we create a new server sent event emitter with a timeout of 6,000. And let's create a try with a catch IO exception. Okay, and now let's do a user by email dot get user public ID dot value, and let's extract the UUID. So that's the user UUID, and let's send a first. So it's new emitter, and let's send it a first message to this new user, to the connected user. So it's going to be SSE emitter dot event dot ID. So it's the user UUID dot toString dot data, and the data will be starting connection. So here I made a mistake here. So we'll just throw a new runtime exception here. We return, so first we put this emitter inside the map, and then we return this new emitter. Then if we have nothing, then we just return null, and we are good to go with this. So now that we have this low level class, we can create the endpoint for our user to subscribe to this server sent event. So let's create a notification resource. Let's annotate this at REST controller at request mapping, and this address will be /API/SSE. We will need the service that we just implement. Let's add the constructor in this class, and we will need only one endpoint. This endpoint will return an SSE emitter. We'll call it subscribe. No parameter. We annotate it with get mapping, so with a /subscribe, and we will just return a notification service.add emitter, new user email, and authenticated user dot username dot username. All right, now our user will be able to subscribe to the server sent event and receive real-time update. Now, let's implement the delete real-time message. So let's go to the class that we previously create, which is the Spring Event Message Change Notifier. And let's implement the delete method. So for the delete method, we will need a conversation ID with users that is equals to new conversation ID with users. Inside, we will have the conversation public ID and the user to notify. Then we will just call an application. Here we need to inject it. So it's going to be private application event publisher. And here let's inject it because that's a Spring service. And we will call the publish event. And we will just put the conversation ID with user inside this. We will return a state of void string builder dot for success. And then we will need to have a method with a public void, and we will call it, so we will return nothing, and we will call it handle delete conversation. We will receive a conversation ID with users, and we'll call the notification service that we need here to inject, and we will call the send message that we forgot to implement. And this send message, we will send conversation ID with user.conversation public ID dot value. We will then send the conversation ID with user.users, and we will need an enum name notification event name, and this one will be the delete conversation. So let's create this enum now. Let's copy paste Java class enum. We'll have new message delete conversation delete conversation and view messages. We'll have a string value and a constructor for this enum. Let's go back. Let's create the send message method. So the send message method will have an object that will be the message, and then it's going to have a user public ID list and a notification event name. So we are going to iterate with a for on the list of user that we need to notify. Okay, so users to notify, it will be clearer. Then we are going to take the user ID, extract it, create a local variable around it. So it's user UUID row. And if the user is connected, meaning that we found the key inside the map, then we can say located user public ID. Let's send him message. Okay, then let's extract the SSC emitter that we can find inside the map, and let's send him the message. So with a try catch IO exception. So the SSC emitter.send SSC emitter.event. The name, it's going to be the event name. So the notification event name dot value. Then we will have an ID. The ID will be the user UUID, the public ID, and then the data will be the message. Inside this, we just throw a new runtime exception, and our send message is okay for now. Let's come back, and here we can see that we have no more red line. We can annotate this at event listener, so no need to do this. Okay, and why we are doing this? Because you can say that we could have just call directly this notification service here, but what we want is to decorrelate the creation of the message from the send. Like this later, if our application is going to scale, we can put, for example, a message queue like Kafka or something like this. And we'll just have to re-implement with another class this interface, and that would be all. So that's why we are keeping this. And we are using the event capabilities of Spring. So then what we need to do is now to call in the appropriate time the delete method in order to notify our user. So let's go to conversation deleter, and here we can just, oh, but we already done it. I thought we didn't. But so since here we are going to call already this method, that's perfect, because then we will notify directly our user. That's all for now on the server side. So let's go to our front end for now and let's implement the SSE capabilities. So inside messages, let's create a new service name SSE. So messages. And here, let's create a private SSE endpoint value. So this value will be equals environment dot API URL slash SSE slash subscribe. Then let's go to a terminal because we need to add some libraries. So first, we are going to need the event source polyfill, and we are going to need the type as well. Like this, we have the autocomplete. So the polyfill will help us to do one thing, is that we can send some header, things that is not possible right now with the vanilla API in JavaScript. So let's now create the event source object. So event source that can be undefined as well. Then we are going to need a delete conversation subject. So a new subject of type message. Then another delete conversation that will be the public observable. So has observable. Then we will need a copy of the access token in this class. So that can be undefined as well. And we will need a retry connection subscription of type subscription or undefined. So no need of the constructor here, and we will implement the subscribe method. So we will receive the access token. So the access token will be a string, of course. Then the subscribe method will return void. So let's copy the access token. Then let's create the object event source with a event source polyfill. The URL is going to be the SSE endpoint, and the options will be the headers, where we will pass the authorization bearer token. So let's do like this. It will be a little bit more elegant. And the heartbeat timeout will be 60,000 milliseconds. Then we will listen to the event source dot on open. So inside that, the object will be event, and we will do a console log connection SSE to server. Okay. Then we will give the event like this. We have the detail, and then if the retry connection subscription, so I made a typo here, is not null, then let's unsubscribe because something went wrong, or we just like reset the connection in some way. Now let's do the same as open, but for error. So on error, and here what we will do is if there is no retry connection subscription, then it means that we lost the connection. So let's retry to connect, and we will call the retry connection to SSE server that we are going to implement now. So let's create a method, and this method will be so the subscription that will be equals to interval every 10 seconds. We subscribe, we try to subscribe. So we subscribe to the interval, and then we will try to subscribe every 10 seconds with the access token like this. Then we are going to listen to some event. So let's listen to the delete conversation event. So event, and what we will do is call the delete conversation.next, and we will do a JSON pass of event.data. After this, we can go to conversations component, and we can implement the listeners for the delete conversation. So listen to SSE delete conversation. Then let's inject this service and let's listen to the delete conversation event. So we'll have the UUID deleted conversation. So let's find the index of this conversation with a find index. So conversation dot public ID equals UUID deleted. Oh, it's because, okay, I made a mistake here. This is not message, it's string here. Sorry for that. So that's why it wasn't working. Here, let's create a local variable named index to delete. Let's remove this from the list. And then let's call the toast service to confirm to the user that the conversation has been deleted by the user. And that's a success. So like this, when your friend is deleting your conversation, you will be notified. Let's call the listener here. And let's add the subscription as well. So here, delete SSE sub. So if this dot delete sub, and let's unsubscribe on this, and let's instantiate this variable like this. So now let's try to see if it works. So let's go to our browser. Let's not forget to launch our server. All right. Let's log in. Let's first inspect to see. Oh, okay, yeah. We forgot to subscribe. So let's go to the auth2 auth service. Let's inject the SSE service. And if we have a successful login, then we can call the subscribe method with the access token as parameter. All right, now let's try. So we can see that we have a successful connection. So here we can see that we have the logs so that the connection is okay. And also here, if you want to debug, you can check that in the subscribe here, you have the event stream. So you can see that here we have an issue because we don't have the heartbeat working. So that's because we need to configure the scheduling of Spring properly. Let's go to wire and here, so here we just need to add at configuration to enable this class configuration. Then let's reboot our backend and let's refresh. And now we should have check heartbeat. So now it's way better. Also, we can see that if we stop the backend, we can see that we have an error, but we can also see that we should get the connection back once the server is back again. Yes, we have been reconnected, so this one is working. Let's try now to first create a new account because we need to. So let's create John. Okay, let's create John at test.com, John test, and the image URL will be this one. Right, register. Now, if I try to create a conversation with John, so right now we don't have any event that emit this, the new conversation creation. So I will just refresh with the browser, but we can see here that the conversation has appeared. And if, so I will do that. Also here, I'm going to do the same. And when I delete this conversation, should you see that it deleted as well. So that's working fine. So now we can start implementing this component, the header, where we will have the name of the people that the user is talking to, as well as the presence of this one, since when the system has last saw him. So let's close a bit this. Let's go to the backend. Let's close this. Let's reduce this. Let's open first the JPA user repository, because we will need to first write a query. So this query will return an integer, and we will call it update last seen, because we will update the last time we saw one user. So we are going to need the UUID of this user, so the public ID, and we are going to need when we saw it last time. This query we will need to put at modifying, and the query will be the following. So update user entity user set user dot last seen equals to last seen, where user dot public ID equals to user public ID. All right, let's now go to the Spring Data user repository, and let's call this new method, and let's pass the right parameter, user public.value and last seen. Now we are going to need a new method inside the user reader. So this method will return an optional of user, and this method will give us a user by public ID. We will just return a user repository.get by public ID, and we are going to need to write this method. So inside the repository, so optional user get one by public ID, user public ID, user public ID. Okay, let's implement this method, and let's call the JPA user dot so find by public ID. We don't have one yet as well, so let's create it. Optional of users find one by public ID. Okay, now let's go back and let's implement this one, user.publicID.value, and it's not right, it's user entity, and here we need to map to user entity dot to domain. Okay, so this one is get one by public ID, and that's good. Now we are going to create a new service named user presence. This service, we will need a user repository and a user reader. So let's create a constructor. Then we will need the update presence. So the update presence, where the parameter will be user public ID, and we will just call the repository update last seen by public ID. And we just update it with the instant.now. And we will need as well to have a method to notify the users, which is having a conversation with the user B, to know that this one is connected. So they will be aware of each other, meaning that they will know that they are both connected. So then we will call the user reader dot get by public ID, user public ID. Let's create the local variable, and let's return by public ID.map.get last seen. Now we can go to our user application service, and we create one first method, update presence, the parameter user public ID, and we will need to create first the user presence. We need to instantiate this service. So this user presence equals to new user presence. We will need the user repository and the user reader. Okay, user presence dot update presence for this user public ID. Let's not forget the transactional annotation and the second method that will return an instant called get last seen with a parameter user public ID. User public ID, and it will return user presence dot get last seen by public ID. So return the date. Let's put add transactional. It's a read-only transaction. To update our presence, we will use the heartbeat. that we have. So we go to notification service, and here we can call this dot user dot update present, and we can directly do a new user public ID uuid dot from string sse emitter dot get key. All right, let's reboot the backend and we are good to go. Let's go to the front end. So let's switch and let's create a new component called header. So njgc inside layout. So layout slash header. Let's go first to the OAuth2 service and let's add the last seen service. So we will need a private last seen subject. So it will be a subject of state of day.js, last and a public observable, and a method to trigger the HTTP call that we called handle last seen. The parameter will be a user public ID that will be a string. We will need some HTTP params that will be our public ID. Okay, let's create here. Okay, account const params. Let's use the HTTP client to do a get of date, and let's call the API that is going to be users slash get dash last seen. And I think now I think about it that we forgot to add it. So let's check user resource. Yes, so let's add it inside the backend. We will return a response entity of type instant. The name of the method will be get last seen. We will have a request parameter of type UUID. The name will be public ID because it will be the public ID of the user. Then let's add the annotation. So it's get mapping. So slash get last seen. And let's call the user application service.get last seen by doing a new user public ID as parameter public ID. Let's create a local variable, and if last seen optional is present, then let's just return a response entity okay last seen dot get. If it's not present, then let's create a problem detail for status. We will send back a bad request, and we will say enable to fetch the presence of the user. And let's print out the public ID. Let's create the local variable, and let's return response entity dot of problem detail dot build. Okay, let's reboot the backend, and let's switch back and let's continue with the front end. Now we can subscribe to this. So first let's take care of the next, the OK path. So if the API answers us, so we do a last seen dot next with a state dot builder of type day.js for success, and day.js dot and last seen, as parameter. Then if there is an error, then we just call the for error here and give the error in parameter. All right. Now let's go to the header component. We will need first to implement on init. Then we will need a user selected, so connected user that can be undefined. We will need the conversation service, okay, the server sent event as well, so SSE service. We need the OAuth2 service as well. Then a private conversation, because we will need to know which conversation is open. This one can be undefined as well. We will have a last in subscription that can be undefined as well, and here a toast service. So in terms of functionality, we will need to listen, to navigate, to conversation. So we will know when a user click to see a new conversation. So let's use the conversation service dot navigate to conversation dot subscribe. So we will know which conversation has been opened. So let's instantiate our own attribute. Then the user selected. So for this, we will need to know who is the receiver member, and we will start to poll the user presence. So let's first call this method when the component is going to be initialized, and let's implement, this method poll user presence. Let's make sure we unsubscribe to any previous last seen observable. Let's instantiate this attribute with an interval every 5 seconds, and let's subscribe to it, and let's just call this .auth service handle last seen with the user selected dot public ID. Let's just put that on multiple line. All right. And unsubscribe. Let's create this method. So this method will be very simple. It's just a if, and we just unsubscribe if it's not undefined. Now that we trigger this, we need as well to listen to the response of our API. So let's listen to last seen. So it will be void, and it's going to be this OAuth2 dot last seen dot subscribe, last seen state, and last seen state dot status equals OK. So if this user selected dot last seen, then so let's do this last seen state dot value. And if it's not OK, then we will call the toast service dot show error occurred when fetching the presence of the user. Now, let's not forget to call this method, of course. Listen to last seen, okay. And we will need to as well listen to delete conversation, because we want to clean the header when a conversation is deleted. So let's subscribe to this, but we want to filter just the one who are matching the public ID that is open. So conversation public ID equals this dot conversation dot public ID. If we have a match, then we are going to do this dot user selected equals undefined, and we just unsubscribe to the last seen. So let's call this method as well. Listen to delete conversation. And now the last one will be the compute last seen that will return a string. And this one will be to display the last seen variable to display to the user. So it's going to be this dot user selected, and if the user selected has a last seen, then we can do a day.js dot diff of the user last seen. So like this, we just divide by 1000. We as well introduce a local variable, which is second diff. And if second diff is inferior to 10, then we just return connected. And if that's not the case, then we can return last seen this dot user selected dot last seen from now. And if we don't have a last scene, then we can return an empty string. Now, let's go to the HTML. Let's remove everything and let's write HTML. So let's write a div, so with a weight of 100, so WAC header. Then we have a div of class padding 3, flex, justify content between, align, items, center. If we have a user selected, then we are going to show like their avatar. So class flex, align, item center. So another div with a class avatar. Inside this, an if with a user selected dot image URL. And if that's the case, let's put an image. So user selected dot image URL with a alt attribute user avatar and with a class avatar unknown and with a width of 50 pixels. Then if that's not the case, we will just like display a random, a default icon user class avatar unknown. Okay, then let's create another div with a class the flex colon margin start 3, another div with a class font size 4, a user selected dot first name and user selected dot last name. Then we will do the same div except that we have subtitle here and font size 6. Here we will have compute last scene and I need to move this because it doesn't supposed to be here, so more here. Yes. So no, in fact it should be more like this. Then let's open a new div and with a class flex justify content center, align item center, a div class search, margin end 3, button, menu, font size, and we will have a font icon of icon search and a div class, so header menu, and a div with a directive ngb dropdown with a class inline the inline block margin top 1. It's going to be header conversation equals ngb dropdown with a dynamic class dot btn menu active header conversation dot open. Inside this we have the div class of btn menu font size with the directive ngb dropdown toggle. Then inside this we have the font awesome icon of type ellipsis vertical, and then we have a div for the menu itself that is going to have two buttons, so ngb dropdown item rename and the same one with exit. All right, let's now open the SCSS file and let's first import the variable. So assets, SCSS, bootstrap variable. So we'll have a drop-down toggle after content none, WAC header with a background color menu background color, height of header height, and border left 1 pixel solid and layout border color. Okay, now we can go to the app component HTML and add this one to the main component. Let's do like this and let's see how it looks. Okay, so that's not too bad. If we click, we have the Hannah Jackson, but we have some issue here with the last scene. So let's see why exactly. So let's go to the conversation service. And here we can see that we are missing a piece. we need to do a conversation member because we need to transform the date object that is coming from the API to a day.js object. So this one's going to be base user, and we are going to do a member dot last seen equals day.js member dot last seen. Okay, now let's refresh, and now we can see that that's nice. What we can do now to try is to add our John. And what we can see is that we are connected, is connected. Now, if I log out, let's see, let's wait a bit. Here you can see that it changed from last few seconds ago. If I log back, let's wait a bit because we have like, I think 10 seconds. You can see that now it's connected again, that our last scene is working properly. Let's go to the next step, which will be the send message feature. So let's reduce this and let's go to the package service and let's create a new service named message creator. We will need for this class a message repository. We will need a message change notifier and a conversation reader. Let's create the constructor. Okay, and let's create the method. To create a message, it will return a, sorry for that, a message, a state of message of string. We will call it create, and the parameter will be a message send new and the user who sent this message. So let's call the message builder and let's build our object. So let's extract the message content, then the public ID, so new message public ID, and let's generate it. Then the state, message send state directly to received, the send time, new message send time to now, and the conversation public ID where we get it from the external object, and then the sender that we have in parameter. Then we can build and we can create a local variable from this. So that's a new message. Then we will need a state of message of string to return at the end of the method. So for now, we let it like this. Then we are going to check if there is already a conversation. So let's pass the public ID as parameter. So conversation to link. If there is a conversation, then we are going to call the message repository .save, and we will pass the new message as parameter, the sender, and the conversation to link. Then we will call the message change notifier.send to send a notification if the user is connected. So it's the new message as parameter, the conversation, the member to notify. So we will need to send only the UUID. So we are going to map just the user UUID like this. And we send back, we return a list. Here we will need to create as well a variable. So let's call it message saved. And let's create our state. So creation state equals state dot type message string of builder for success. So it's going to be message save. So yes, there is an issue with my import. So let's import the right one. Okay. And if the conversation doesn't exist, then we send an error because this case shouldn't happen. So it's going to be message string for error string dot format enable find the conversation to link the message with the following public ID. So let's go on the next line and let's put the conversation public ID. Then we can return the creation state. Okay, now let's implement save. So for the save, we will need to call the mapper inside the message entity. So we will do a from message, okay? So message entity. We will directly set the sender by using the from method inside the user entity, and same for the conversation. So conversation entity from conversation. After this, we will check the content, the type of the message, because if this is text, if there is only text inside, then we can here directly call the message saved, and here, so here I have like inject the JPA message repository to hit the database. So we can do a save, and here we can save directly the message entity. Then we can return it with a message entity.toDomain, and we just transform it. We just like map back the message entity to the domain, so the message object. Here, if the message content is not text, then we need to save the content in another table, because if you remember here, we have a message table and we have a message binary content where we save those ones. So we need to do a JPA message binary content dot save, and then message entity dot get content binary, and that's all we need for the save. Now let's create a new application service. So let's call it message application service. Let's annotate it with @service. Let's create a message creator. Let's instantiate, and let's instantiate as well a user reader service. Then let's create a constructor. We will need a message repository, a user repository, a conversation repository, a message change notifier, and that's it. So for the message creator, let's do a new message creator. We will need a message repository and the message change notifier with the conversation reader. So the conversation reader, we need to put it here. So the conversation reader equals to new conversation reader. So we just need the conversation repository. Then for the user reader, we just need the user repository. Now our method send will return state of message of string for the error. Okay, I can't import the class. Okay, so it's send. The parameter will be message send new. So first, let's create a state, the object who will be returned. So creation state. Then let's call the user reader service get by email method. Let's instantiate a new value object with the authenticated user dot username dot username, because we will need the connected user. So this one will be connected user. If a connected user is present, then the creation state will be instantiated with the message creator dot create, so message send new, and the connected user, who is obviously the sender. And let's do else. If something is wrong, then we do a creation state equals state of message and string for the error builder dot for error, and let's do a string dot format error retrieving user information inside the token, inside the DB. So let's print out the user information. Okay, and let's return the state. All right, now we can go on the infrastructure package to create the endpoint. So let's create the message resource. Let's annotate it REST controller at request mapping. the address is /API/messages, and let's first inject and message application service that we just create. We will need the object mapper, so let's instantiate it here. Let's create the constructor for the injection, and then we will create the method that will return a response entity REST message, and that will receive the message to create. So first, this method will be a post mapping with an address that will be sent. Then it will consume some media type dot multiplatform, because we will handle audio and video and image file as well. So we will have a first request part, which will be the value file, which will have a name of file that is not required, because maybe the user will just send some text, and we will have another request part named DTO that will be the information of the message. So we'll call it message row. We can already throws IO exception. Now let's use the object mapper read value, because here this is a string and this is in JSON. So we need to, and we want to transform this in a regular Java object. So we will take message row and we will transform it to REST message.class. Oh, sorry, it's value. That's better. We introduce a local variable. Then if REST message has media, so let's create this method. So this method is simple. It will just return type dot equals message dot text message type dot text. And if that's the case, then we do a REST message dot set media. So this one we don't have it as well. Set media attachment is going to be file dot get byte, file dot get content type. Let's create this method. So this one will be file, and then this one will be content type, sorry. Then it will be media content, sorry, equals file, and MIME type equals content type. Now we will map the REST message to domain. So let's pass it as parameter, and let's create this method. So this method will return a message send new. So it's going to be message content if the REST message dot type dot equals message type dot text, then the message content is equals to message content builder. So this one, I don't have this builder because it's not annotated. So let's put return null like this. Maybe it will compile. Okay, it's not, but I think that maybe we will have the builder. Yes, we do. So then let's build a message content. So dot type REST message dot type, then media, it's going to be null, and the text will be REST message dot text content, and we can build the object like this. If that's not text, then we will instantiate the message content with another builder, and it's going to be type REST message dot type. The media is going to be new message media REST message dot media content, and REST message dot meme type. Then we will have text REST message dot text content, and we can build it like this. So what we can do to make this better, we can do something like this and say So let's change this variable and let's do a dot message content dot build. No, sorry, it's not this one because this is just the message content. Then we return a message sent new builder, that where I forgot to put at builder. So let's compile and let's return null. Okay, so now do I have the message send new builder? Yes. Let's input the message content. That will be the message content dot build. Then the content. No, then sorry, the conversation public ID. So conversation public ID rest message dot conversation ID, and we can build it. All right. Now we can come back to the message resource. We can introduce a local variable, so message send new, and we can build our state, so of message of string. So let's import message, let's import state. Okay, send state. And now let's call the message application service with the message to save. If the send state dot get status dot equals statue notification dot OK, then we return a REST message from send state dot get value. And if the state is in error, then we create a problem detail of http status dot bad request with the send state get error directly. Let's create a local variable and let's return response entity of problem detail dot build. Let's see now if our backend is okay. It seems okay. The piece that we are missing here in the backend is going to be the server sent event. So let's go to the Spring event message change notifier and let's implement this method. So let's open this and we will instantiate a message with users. So message with users. So first we need to create this object. So it's going to be a record message with users. So the first object will be a message, and then it's going to be a list of user public ID. So user to notify. All right, so let's instantiate one. So message with user. So message and user to notify. And then let's call the application event publisher dot publish event. Then let's return a state of void string of, so let's know it's the right one because there is the dot. Yes, dot builder dot for success. And then here let's have the method to receive the event that will be handle new message with users. And let's call the notification service dot send message rests message from message with users dot message with users user to notify, and then notification event name new message. Let's annotate it with at event listener, and then we are good on this. Now let's go to the front end and let's implement the API call to create a message. So let's create a new service inside the messages folder. So it's going to be message slash send and slash send. Sorry, this one needs to be named. They need to be inside this service and it needs to be message. So for this service, we will need a HTTP client. So HTTP client, then a subject name send. So new subject of state void, because the answer will receive it through the SSE, so the server sent event. Then we will need the observable. so send as observable. Then let's create the method to handle the send. So the parameter will be, we will receive a new message. Okay, we will need a form data. So to be able to do the multi-part, form data dot, first it will be file. The file will be new message dot media content. Then we are going to clone the object with a structure clone of the new message. Then on the clone, we are going to do a media content undefined. We will erase the byte array and everything that is related to the media file, and then we will append the DTO part, and we will just json.stringify the clone. Then we will do a HTTP post of type void. The address is going to be environment.api URL /messages/send, and the format, the form data as parameter. Then let's subscribe to it with next. We will receive nothing, and we will do a send.next to validate that at least the HTTP code was successful. And then for the error, so then the error will be the same here. So let's copy paste it. And for error like this. We will also need a helper method. So we don't need the constructor. This helper will help us to extract the sender from a conversation users of type array base user, and with a sender ID of type string. And we will send back a base user. So on this, we will do a conversation users dot find index user dot public ID equals sender ID. Then let's create a local variable sender, and we just return the conversation user, and we just like send back the sender that is contained inside this array of user. Let's just call it the index sender. This will be clearer, and that's all. So now that we have created the message service, let's create the send component that will allow us to send message. So let's open a terminal and let's do nggc messages/send. Let's also create another component on the send, inside the send folder, and we will call it media. We will use this one to handle all the media file. So let's open media first, because this one is going to be very simple, and after we will take care of send. So first, what we will need is an output that will name on upload, that will be equals new event emitter of file. Then we will need a method extract file from target with a parameter target, event target, null. This method will return a file, and this method will help us to extract the file that the user will upload. So we will transform this. So the event target contains the file, so we just extract it. So we will do a target as HTML input element. Okay, I can't do that. So HTML input target. Okay, if the target equals to null, or if the HTML input target.file is equals to null, then we just return null. If not, then we return the first file inside. Then, because right now it's only possible to upload one file at a time, then we will need to react when the user will upload a file. So let's implement this method, and let's call the method that we created just earlier. If the file is different from null, then we call the event emitter, we call emit, and we send the file. That's it. Then on the HTML side, we will need a div with a flex class, flex colon, padding 2 and main container. Inside this div, we will have another div that will listen to click, and the click will be input.click, because when the user will click on this button, we will trigger the upload window. So this div will have a class padding 3, flex, justify content center, align item center, and audio dash video. Then we will have an icon that is going to be file import size 2 and class margin end 2, 3. Then we'll have a div of class font small 4 that we will call media file, and an input of type file that accepts .jpg, .jpeg, .png, .svg, .mp4, and .mov, and .mp3. Okay, then it's hidden. So hidden true. We will need this hashtag to control it, and we will need a change. And when the change happens, we call the onUpload video with event.target. OnUpload file, sorry. And here, let's correct this. It's input_file.click. And so when it change, it will trigger this, and this method is the method that we just wrote before, who will capture the file. Now let's open the SCSS file. We will import the variable first. So assets /image /scss, /scss /bootstrap variable. First, we will have a main container class with a background color, menu background color, a border radius of 16 pixels. Then we will have a audio dash video. I think here I made a mistake, yes. And inside this, the icon is going to be from color 027 BFC, and we will have an audio video over with a background color of BG conversation color, a border radius of 16, and a cursor pointer. Okay, now we can go to the send component. So first, let's implement onInit and onDestroy. Let's implement those numbers. So we'll need as variable a message, then a conversation that can be, so conversation, who can be undefined, then a conversation service that we need to inject, then a message service that needs to be injected as well. Also, we will need a navigate to conversation sub, who can be a subscription or undefined. Another subscription that's named send sub, a show emoji boolean, a show media boolean, on nj on destroy. Let's unsubscribe all the sub if they exist. This is the navigate if, and let's unsubscribe on this. So then first, let's create the send message method that will take a message with a string. This method will be called directly when the user will press enter or click on the icon to send the message. So if the message is not empty, then let's create a new object from the message interface. So conversation, sorry, I missed the equal, conversation ID that is equals to this conversation dot public ID, then the text content, who will be the message, and the type that would be text. Then let's call the message service dot send with handle send new message, and let's reset the state of the variable message. Now let's bind the on enter. Like this, the user can use as well the return button on the keyboard. So we'll just call this send message Okay, and we will listen to the conversation to navigate to conversation because we want to know and we want to capture the conversation that is active. So let's subscribe to this and let's capture like this the conversation. All right, let's call this method here. Now we are going to need as well a create media message method. We will take file as parameter. So let's extract the type. So it's going to be a message type. So if the file type index of audio slash is different from -1, type equals audio, else if file is video, or else then the type will just be picture. Then we will create a new object. Let's call it new media message. Then the text content will be attachment. The type will be the type. The media content will be the file, and the MIME type will be the file.type. Then we can just call again message service handle send with the new media message. Now let's handle some other case. So when the user is selecting some emojis, so emoji selected, so it's type any, that's the library. So we will do an const emoji of type emoji data equals emoji selected dot emoji. So we need to install, because I forget that, to install some new libraries. So let's do it now. So let's install at control/ngx emoji mart. Let's install as well ngx tension. All right, now we should have emoji data. That's the library that we are using to handle emoji. And then we just like append to the message the emoji dot native. Then we also need the on-click emoji to open the window of emoji. So it will be this dot show emoji equals this. Like this we open and close, and we need to show media.false because we want to close the show media menu when the emoji window is open, and vice versa. So let's have a close emojis panel. So void this show emoji panel. So this one we can call it close panel, and we're going to close everything. So equals false. Then on click media to open the window media. So this dot show media equals this dot show media, and this dot show emoji equals false. So now we can go to the template. So first, if there is a conversation, then let's create a div with flex justify content between align item center, padding start 4, padding end 1, and send. Then we will listen to the click outside, and if the user click outside, then we will close the old panel. Then let's create another div with a class flex, justify content center, and align item center, margin end 3. Let's first have an icon. On this, we will listen to the click, and we will call the onClick emoji with a dynamic class name menu active that is equals show emoji, and that have a class font size 1 and margin end 3. The name of the icon is face laugh. Then another icon where we will listen to the click and call on click media. Let's copy this, except that we don't have this one, and the icon is add. Now with this div, inside this div, let's create a class border 0, flex grow 1, width 100, input group, and we will have an ID, send input. Then an input with an ng model. So we'll do some two-way bindings there. And we will listen to key down dot enter, and we will call on enter. If that's the case, the name will be send, and the class is going to be border 0, form control width 100, and padding start 2. Then the type will be text. Let's deactivate the autocomplete, so with off, and the placeholder is going to be type a message. After this, we are going to have another icon where we will listen to the click, and we will call send message. So with message, like this, we'll have a class, a dynamic class named deactivate, where we will check if the message is empty or not. Then a class with a font start of 1 and a padding vertical of 3 and a padding horizontal on 3 as well. Then let's have an icon. Here we can do this. It's going to be clearer, and the icon is going to be paper plane. Now, if show emojis, then let's instantiate the widget emoji mart with some few options. So first, the dark mode equals to true. Then we will use the Google one, set Google, then the title, pick your emoji, then emoji equals smile, and class emoji panel. And we will listen to the emoji click, and we will call on select emoji event. Then if show media, then we will call media component that we implement just before. So we will listen to on upload, and we will call the create media message with the $event. Now let's go to the SCSS part. Let's first import the Bootstrap variable. So assets, SCSS, and Bootstrap variable. Then we will have a font awesome icon, color, send color, cursor pointer with a class, then a class send with a background color of menu bg color, a position relative. Then an ID send input with a height of 45 pixels. A deactivate class with a color subtitle color. Then an emoji panel class with a color primary, and a media panel with a position relative, no, absolute, with a left 55 pixel and a bottom of 80 pixel. Now let's go to the app component, and let's put this new component. Send, let's import it, and let's place it here. All right, so now if I click here, I have the panel. I can see that here the icon is activating. If I click here, oh, so I think we have an issue with this. I think it's because we didn't import the SCSS. So let's do it now. Let's go to the style.scss, and let's uncomment this one. Okay, now let's refresh. Let's try again. So there is still something missing because it needs to float. But we can see that the panel is working. So let's try to see why. So let's make sure that everything is in order. So let's go a little bit on the send message SCSS. And here we forgot some stuff. So this class is menu active, and we need like this a emojis dash panel. The left it's 12 pixel and the bottom is 80. Now let's try again, and we can see that it's working better, way better. So there is just one thing here with the activation that is not right. It's because here we have 2 times show emoji. So this one is show media here. So let's come back, let's click, let's see. So now the activation is okay. So how about now we try to send. So first here, when we send, we need to go to the backend. Let's go to REST message and let's generate the getters. Then let's relaunch the backend and let's retry send. Okay, so it's the same. I mean, there is a new issue. So let's go to the application, message application service. Here we forgot to put an @transactional. Let's retry. And now it seems that there is an update. So let's check inside the database. And yes, we have the message successfully. All right, we can try as well with some emoji. Okay, let's refresh. We have it. And we can see that we have the emoji. Then we can try as well with some media file. Let's try with some media content. So this time it didn't work. All right, so here we have a maximum upload size exceeded. So let's go to here and let's add here a servlet multipath enable and max file size, let's say 1 megabyte, and max request size 100 megabyte as well. Let's do it again. And let's check inside the database. So we have the picture. And if we go there, we have the image with the file. So now that we can persist a message in the database, we still need to subscribe to the server sent event. Okay, so let's do it now. So let's go to the SSE service. Let's create a receive new message. Let's create the observable. So new message dot as observable. Then inside the subscribe method, let's call the event source dot on message that is equals to event, and the callback will be so const message of type message is equals to json.parse event.data, and then we do a message.send date equals day.js message.send data, and then we just notify the subject. So receive new message.next and with message. Now that we listen to the message inside the server sent event, we go to the conversation component and we are going to add a method that will listen to this observable. So new message. So let's call and let's subscribe to this receive new message. So we'll receive new message like this. Let's find the conversation where the message belongs to. So let's do a find index conversation public ID equals message dot conversation ID. Let's create a local variable. So it's the index to update. If the index is different from -1, then we call the conversation service dot handle get one. Sorry, it's if. So if the conversation doesn't exist, then we need to load it. So let's load it. And if it exists, then we are going to search for it. So conversation index to update inside the array. So conversation to update. And if the conversation to update has no message, then let's create this new array, and let's push to this array of message contained inside the conversation. Let's push the new message. Then let's extract, and we need to inject first the message service. And extract the sender. So conversation to update dot member and new message dot sender ID. So this one is the sender, and we want it because we want to display it inside the toast. So let's make sure that the fetch user, the user connected, and his public ID is different from the one who is the sender. And then if that's the case, we show a toast message, new message received from, let's just change this from sender dot first name, sender dot last name, and with a success color. And let's not forget to sort the conversation by last message. So conversation service. So here, let's put this method not private. And like this, sort conversation by last message, conversation. This dot conversation. So now let's try. Okay, so a small issue here. So yes, a wrong import. Okay, now if I send. So there is two things that we forgot. So first, we need to call the method inside the engine init to listen to the SSE new message. Then we need to go back to the SSE service, and we will need to add an if with this index of. Like this, we want to protect, because at the beginning of the subscribe, we receive a new message saying that starting the connection. And so it's throw an exception. So like this, we make sure that what is going inside this is some JSON. So now let's go back to our application. Let's try to send a message to John. Let's say hello, and we can see that directly the message has been updated with the right date. Now, what we need to try, and what we can try, is to get a new Chrome browser and try to check if, so first we receive the message like in a good way. Now, if I send a message to myself and I say hello back, then we can see that I have here the message, and I can still send some message like this. How are you? I can also send some emoji. It works. And I can also send some media file, and that you can see that there is attachment as well. So right now it's normal that it's considered as new message because we didn't implement view yet, but we can see that we have already, it's already working pretty well. Good job if you successfully done it. Let's just make a small adjustment here because this block and this block are not aligned, and that's not normal. So let's open the conversation component, the HTML, okay? And here, let's add a 8100, and here, let's remove the align item center. So like this, the hours are more aligned with this text. Then for the highlight, for the unread messages, let's modify the bottom here like this. Now this one is as well more aligned. Last things, we can add a small padding top one to make sure that it's really well aligned here. Now let's go to the next chapter of our videos, and we are going to implement the message UI. So first, let's clean here. Let's reduce this, and we are going to start with the backend. We will implement the feature where the user will view a messages. So let's start by going to the secondary infrastructure inside the message, and let's create a new record, conversation viewed for notification. This record will contain a UUID of conversation ID and a list of UUID that would be the message IDs that have been viewed by the recipient. After this, let's go to the message change notifier. Let's uncomment this method. Let's import the right class. Let's go to the Spring event message change notifier. Let's override the new method. Let's create another record, name message ID with users. This record will contain a conversation viewed for notification and a list of user public ID that will be the users to notify. Let's come back to the method. Let's remove this. We are going to instantiate a message ID with users. Message ID with users. We will put the conversation viewed for notification and the user to notify. So here we forgot to add a parameter. So let's do base method. Let's add a new parameter. It's going to be the user public ID, and the name it's user to notify. So let's copy paste this. Okay, let's verify. Okay, it's good. Then let's call the application event publisher. Let's publish the event, the message ID with users, and let's return this state. Now let's implement a new event listener that we will call the handle view. Let's have a message ID with users as parameter. And here we will call the send message, except that we will do a message with users dot conversation as object. Then as body for the event. Then we will pass as parameter the user to notify, and the name of the event will be view message. Let's remove this, and that's all for the event handling. Now we are going to need some new query inside our repository. So let's go to the JPA message repository, and we will need first query to update the state of the send state of the message. So we are going to need the UUID. So it's going to be the conversation ID. Then we will need the user public ID and the message send state. So the send state that we want to put inside the message. So first, let's add the annotation at modifying, and then the query, the annotation query is going to be an update message entity. So message, we will set the message.send state that is equals to the send state that we have in parameter. Then where the message.conversation.public ID is equals to the conversation ID that we have in parameter, and message.sender.public ID is different from the user public ID. Because here we want to make sure that we update the message that is received by someone. And the user public ID is in, so then here we will have a sub query. So user.public ID from message.conversation.users user. And that the message.send state is equals to received. Then we make sure that the message is in the right state. Okay, then we are going to need almost the same query, but this time it's not going to be an update, but a select. This one will return a message entity. We will name it message, find message to update send state. And here we are going to do a select message from message entity. All right, now let's go to the Spring data message repository and let's implement these two methods with the query that we just write. So let's do the JPA message repository.update message state, send state. So we will need the conversation ID, the public ID, and the state of the message. Then for the second one, we will need JPA message repository dot find message to update send state and the same parameter user public ID and state. And no need to do any state here, but we need to use map to the domain object. And let's do a to list. So let's remove this parameter because we don't need it. Now let's go to our user reader and let's create a new method that will list our user and find the user that we need to notify. So we are going to have a conversation public ID and a user public ID, which will be the reader public ID. So inside this, we will have a user repository dot get recipient by conversation ID excluding the reader. Let's implement this method. So first, let's go to the JPA user repository and write the query. So it will return a list of user entity. It's going to be found by conversations public ID and public ID is not. So in terms of parameter, it will be UUID, a conversation public ID, and a public ID to exclude. Like this, we will have all the recipients from the conversation. Let's now write this query. So it's going to be the find by conversation public ID and public ID is not. So conversation public ID and reader public ID. Let's map this result with the user entity mapper to domain. And let's make a list. So here, let's not forget to do value, right? And now I think we are good to go to create our next service. So let's go to messaging, domain, message, service, and let's create a conversation viewed. So the conversation viewed will have private final a message repository. We will have a message change notifier and a user reader. So let's create directly the constructor and the method will return integer. So the number of message updated, right? So the name will be marked as read. It's going to be conversation public ID and the user public ID. Then we will use the message repository to do a find message to update send state. Like this, we will have the message, the list of message that we need to update. So let's create some local variable. Then we are going to update all those messages. So the conversation public ID, user public ID, and we will put this message to read. Let's create another local variable. It will be number updated messages. Then let's call the user reader and let's find the user that we need to notify. For more clarity here, I can do like connected user public ID. It's going to be clearer. Let's create a local variable and then we are going to instantiate a conversation viewed for notification that is equals to new conversation view for notification, and is going to be the conversation public ID message to update send state. Let's do a stream.map and let's map it to a list of UUID. So let's do get public ID dot value dot to list. Now let's call the message change notifier, that the method that we just created earlier, with the newly created object. and the list of users that we need to notify. And sorry for that, we need to map as well the user. Let's do a user get public ID dot to list, and let's modify this variable. All right, that's better. Then if we have updated at least one message, then we can return a state of integer of string. So let's return this. And if not, then we will return a for success empty. So here there is two stuff like this, right? Now let's go to the conversation application service and let's create a new method that will return the integer string state. We'll call it mark conversation as read. We will have a conversation public ID and we will call the user application service dot get authenticated user, and we will return a conversation. Oh, we need to instantiate it. So private final conversation viewed, and let's do a conversation viewed equals new conversation viewed, and we need the message repository, the message change notifier, and the user reader. So then let's call it here conversation viewed, mark as read, and the conversation public ID and the user public ID, the public ID of the connected user. Let's not forget at transactional. And last things, let's go to the conversation resource and let's create the endpoint. We will return a response entity of integer. Let's call it mark conversation as read. We will have a request param of UUID of conversation ID. Then it's going to be a post mapping. The endpoint will mark as read, and we will call the conversation application service dot mark conversation as read with a new conversation public ID. Let's create a local variable. It's going to be read update state, and let's return a response entity dot OK and with the get value directly. Let's restart this, the backend. And we are okay with it. Great job. Let's switch to the front end. And first, we are going to implement, when you click, we will trigger the mark as read API call to say that the user has read the message. And then after this, we'll take care of the conversation chat. So first, let's go to the SSC service and let's add a new pair of subject observer. The name of the subject will be messages and the object will be conversation viewed for notification. We need to create this object. So let's do it now. Let's create the ssc.model.ts export interface conversation viewed for notification. We will have a conversation ID and a message IDs viewed of array of strings. Oh, I see. So here there is an issue. We need to put this inside service. Okay, now let's import this, but I think that we will have some import issue. So let's fix it now. So import. Let's fix this here. SSC service, next. In conversation. Let's go down. Okay, next. Okay, let's correct it here as well. All right. Let's come back to the SSE service and let's continue. So we'll have a view message that will be the view message dot as observable. Then inside the subscribe method, let's copy paste this one, and the type will be view messages. The observable will be view messages, I mean the subject, sorry. The code will be the same. All right, now let's do a bit of cleanup here and let's go to the conversation service. Let's reduce this and let's implement the API call. Let's create the subject. So it's going to be marked as viewed and it's going to be a new subject of state of message mark as viewed response. So let's correct the typo. Let's go now to the message model. Let's export interface message. Let's copy paste this. It's mark as viewed response, and we will have a conversation public ID that is a string and a number of messages updated, which will be a number. Okay, let's import this. Let's create let's not forget the dollar here, and let's create the mark as viewed observable. Now the method will be called handle mark as read. We will have as parameter a conversation ID. So we will return void. We will need a params object to set the param. It's going to be conversation ID, the key, conversation ID, and the parameter will be the value. Let's call the HTTP post of type number. We will return a number. Then the environment dot API URL slash conversations slash mark as read. Okay, and with the param, so not like this because it's not the body, but that's the param, the HTTP param. Let's subscribe to it and let's implement next. It's going to be the number updated message, and inside we are going to recreate an object message mark as read result. So message mark as read response equals to conversation public ID. It's going to be the conversation ID that we had in parameter and the number of updated messages that the API send us back. No, it's not this. All right, that's better. And let's call next on the subject. So state.builder of this one dot for success, and let's pass the object that we just create. Then as error, we just copy paste this one and let's call for error and let's pass this object. Okay, now let's close this. Let's go to the conversations component. Let's create a new sub. So it's going to be viewed message SSE sub. And let's first let's locate the navigate to conversation method and let's add the call to this method. So to the handle mark as read. So existing conversation.public ID. So this case, it's only when the user use the off canvas, meaning where we create the new conversation. We need to add as well inside the on select conversation the call to the method handle mark as read, because that's when the user is clicking on the conversation like this. Now that we are calling the service properly, let's listen to it in order to react. So let's create a private method listen to SSE view message. So in this method, we will call the SSE service. So with the viewed message SSE sub, we will listen to view messages. So let's subscribe to this one. We will receive a conversation viewed for notification. So if the selected conversation dot public ID equals to the conversation for notification dot conversation ID, then the conversation for notification dot message ID is viewed. So we'll do for each, and the message ID, we will do a const message to update equals this dot select conversation dot messages dot find message dot public ID equals message ID. Like this, we will search for the message inside the conversation. Then, if we have a message, then we update the state. So the state equals read. Let's not forget to call the method. So not inside the constructor, but inside this. So listen to SSE view message and let's take care of the sub inside the ng on destroy. So now we can test this inside the browser. So let's go here. Let's refresh to make sure. Let's refresh to make sure here as well. So let's open the network. Let's open the subscribe, the event stream, and here if I send some message to John, and that John is clicking on the conversation, we can see that we have a view messages here. So that's correct. We can even do this. Let's create another one. And if we say hello here, if we click, we can see that here we have the small view tick and we have the event here. Now let's go. So let's close this and let's implement the message component. So let's go to a terminal. Let's create a new component inside the messages folder. Let's open it. Then let's implement on init. So let's implement all member. So first we are going to need a view child named messages. So let's import view child. So it's messages lowercase. Let's create a private message element variable of type element ref, and it can be undefined. We will need a conversation that can be undefined as well. Let's import it. Then we will need a conversation service. Let's inject it and import it. We will need the SSE service. So let's inject it as well. The auth2 service, same. We will need a private connected user. So that can be connected user or undefined. We will need the message by date. This one will be a map of string of array of message, because we will sort all the message by date to be able to display it on the screen. Then we will need a boolean as init bottom scroll, because we want that when the user is sending a message, we want to scroll to the bottom of the window. Let's generate a constructor as well. So an empty one, where we will put a method to fetch the connected user. Let's create this method with an effect inside, and let's just call the auth2 service that fetch user dot value, and we need to instantiate the connected user with the result of the signal. Then we will need to listen to new message. So like this, let's use the SSE service and let's subscribe to the receive new message. Sorry, before subscribe, let's make a pipe and filter where we will filter only so it's new message, and we will filter only the ones who are part of the active conversation. So conversation equals new message dot conversation ID. Let's now subscribe. So we will receive a new message. So if the message is inside, so sorry, if we already have some message of today inside the map, then we are just going to push this new message inside the array contained inside the map. So let's do a push and new message. If not, we are going to create this array. So today messages equals new array of message, and we will push the new message inside the newly message array. And as well as this array, we will set it with the key today and with the today messages array. Then we are going to do this dot. We're going to trigger the scroll, and so trigger the scroll and say that this message has been read already. So this dot conversation dot public ID. So let's create the trigger scroll method. So let's put the as init bottom scroll to false, and let's make a timer of 1. So let's import timer and let's subscribe to it, and then let's call the scroll to bottom method. Let's create this one. So if this dot message element and this as init is at as init bottom scroll is false, then let's do a message element dot native element dot scroll to top equals this dot message element dot native element dot scroll 8, and let's put this boolean to true. Now let's not forget to call this method. So list to new message. There is a typo here. Listen to, and let's now listen to navigate to conversation. So let's call inside the conversation service the navigate to conversation. Let's subscribe to it. So because we want to know when the user is switching conversation. So let's do conversation, the parameter that is returned by this observable. Then let's assign the local variable to the variable that is coming from the subject. And let's call this dot organize message by date. And let's call this dot trigger scroll. So let's create this method. So what we will do here, we'll just organize by the message by date. So let's first initialize the map. Let's do a for of message of this dot conversations dot messages. So if message dot send date and if message dot send date is same as day GS, so it's the same day, then we can do a this dot push message with key message and today. Let's create this method as well. This one is going to be key, and if this message by day as this key, then let's do a not delete but get, and let's push this message. If not, then let's create this array of messages. Let's push. So okay, and let's do set with the key and the message. So now that we have this, here we can factorize this and we can remove this, and we can do directly this dot push message with key with new message with the key today. Now if it's not today, then let's scan the send date to see it's yesterday. So the value will still be, so now we just subtract. And if that's the case, let's just repeat this method, but that's yesterday. And then for the rest of the other day, we will just format the date. So we'll do send date dot format. So d m y. All right, now let's call this method inside the ng-on-init, and let's call and let's listen to the delete conversation. So let's listen to the SSE service and the delete conversation. Let's do the same pipe as we did here. We don't want to listen to all the conversation, but just the one who is active. And this one will be very simple. We just do a this dot conversation equals undefined. Like this, we will reset the UI. Let's once again call this method inside the engine init. Then let's add a method to knows who is sending the message. So is message from contact. So with a sender ID, and we return a boolean. So return this dot connected user dot public ID is different from the sender ID. This will be useful for later. Then also we need an onClick file, because when the user is clicking on a media file, we want to make it downloaded. So if the message dot type is different from text, then we are going to do a document dot create element. So we'll create a markup A. It's going to be the download link. Then we will need the file name. Okay, it's going to be attachment dot message dot mime type dot split, and we will take the right one. Then a download link, the href, it's going to be data dot the mime type with this one base 64 and the message dot media content. Sorry for this. Let's put the equals, of course, and let's do a download link dot download equals file name, and let's simulate a click. Then let's listen to mark as read. So we are not going to have any message like this, but we are going to listen to the subject mark as read inside the conversation service. So let's subscribe to it. Message mark as read state, and if the message mark as read state, the status is okay and we have some value, then we are going to update message send state, and we are going to pass as parameter the number of messages updated. Let's create this method. Let's filter the message inside the conversation who are in a received state. So let's do equals received. Let's create the local variable, so messages in received state. If the message in received state is not null and the number of messages update is equals to message dot length, then let's update all the messages that we filtered. So messages dot state equals read, and we need to update as well the ones who are inside the map. So let entry of this dot messages by date. So let's create an entries and another for const entry key of entry 1. So then if entry key dot state is equals to received, then entry key dot state equals read. Equals to read. So let's put this as message to update, and let's call this method here. So here I realized that there is an issue. There is something wrong here. It's not that. The predicate is conversation public ID. I passed it too fast, and the comparison is this one. So we can go now to the HTML part. So let's start by a if, and if we have a conversation, then let's first do the else, because this one is way more simpler. So let's start by a div. The class will be splash dash screen. We'll have a flex class, a weight of 100, a height of 100, flex colon, justify content center, and line item center. Then not another div, but a image with a src assets slash images slash wa welcome.png with a width of 400 pixel and an alt attribute WhatsApp welcome. Then we'll have a div with a class padding y 4 and font size 1 where we'll put WhatsApp web and a class subtitle. So it's going to be send and receive messages without keeping your phone online. Let's have another class subtitle. Use WhatsApp on up to 4 linked devices and 1 phone at the same time. All right, let's see. I think it should be kind of okay. I'm not sure because we will maybe need to have some CSS. So let's add it as well. Here, let's import it. Okay, so that's not too bad. We don't need it. So it's going to be like this. So now if we click, we can see that the conversation is already detected. So let's go back to the template and let's add a first div with a hashtag messages with a class messages flex align item center flex colon weight 100 overflow y auto and padding y3. Then another div with a for a message with one date of this dot message by date track message with one date of 0. Let's add another div inside the for. So it's going to be class date px3 py2 and margin bottom 3. Then this one will be the day because it's the key of the map. So let's put it on uppercase. And then let's iterate on all the messages. So message with one date, 1. And we can track it by public ID. And we will need to know the first one. So let's create this variable. Then let's create another div with a class. This one will be a dynamic class. So it's going to be justify content start equals is message from contact. We need the sender ID and we will need the same, but on the other side, if it's not, if the message come from the user sender. We will need also to know which is the first item. So first item, so first, and we need some class. So margin y2 flex align item center flex no wrap weight 100 and position relative. Then if the message is not from contact, then we will need to put some border. So here the style, okay, let's put it that way, but then later we will put it in the CSS. So minus 10 pixel. Then the src will be assets slash images slash corner dash chat dash self.png, and the class will be position absolute. And we will have a width of 10 pixels and alt attribute corner chat. We will have the same div for the else, except that this one is a chat, the contact. So this one is the little corner. So we will see later, but that's the little corner inside the bubble of the chat for one message. That's the same. Okay, then let's create another div with a padding 2 flex colon a dynamic class dot from contact. So it's going to be the same. So message dot sender ID, and let's copy paste this one from myself. So then now, if the message dot type is different from text, then we will have a div where we listen to the click. So let's call on click file and let's pass the messages. We'll have a class of margin bottom 2 and the class attachment. Then if the message type is equals to audio, then the div inside is going to have flex, align item center, and padding 2. So let's close this div. Then let's create an icon with a margin end of 2 and a icon headphone and size of 2. Icon like this. Okay. Then we'll have a div and another div like this. So audio file, and we will put the type, the MIME type of the file. So with a split of 1 to uppercase. Then if let's do the next message type. So the message type who is picture. So here let's add a new div and let's close the tag like this. We have a correct HTML ending. So let's continue on this one. Here we have the audio file. Now let's do the picture. So for the picture, we are going to have a src with data plus message dot meme type plus base 64 and plus the message media content. And we will put a, so let's close this one, and we will have a width of 400 pixels. Let's have alt attribute attachment from the chat. So now for the video part, let's put a else if. So just let's copy paste this one. Let's replace video. The headphone will be video, and it's going to be here video file. All right, now if it's not text, then let's create another div with a flex, justify content between, align item center, with inside a div where we will put the message dot text content and then the state of the message. So with a flex class, align item center, margin start 2, a div with a class margin end 1, with a message dot send date to date to sender date, send date to date, and let's use the pipe date and let's format with HH and MM, right? And let's reuse the component that we created earlier. So let's import it. Let's put a margin end 2 and let's give the message parameter. All right, let's just take this one. Let's say corner, and let's put this one first, corner. And let's delete this. Okay, now let's open the SCSS. Let's import the bootstrap variable. So bootstrap variable, then splash screen with a background color of menu BJ color. And then a message, padding left 80 pixel, padding right 80 pixel, a height of calc 100 VH minus main margin multiplied by 2 minus the header minus the send date. Then let's take care of the background. So the background will be repeat, and we'll have a linear gradient RGBA, so 0, 0, 0, 0.8, and the same RGBA URL and with the background chat. So assets slash image slash background chat.png. Like this, we will have the same background as WhatsApp with the right height. And we need to specify the background size. That would be 412.5.5 pixel 749.25. This one, so it seems magical, but I took it from WhatsApp directly. It's to have the right level of zoom in for the background. So then we have a state class with some color message dash state, the font size of 13 pixel, and let's translate 0 to 9 pixel. Now we will need a from contact class, so a background color of message background color and a border radius of 10 pixel 0 10 pixel 10 pixel. Then the from myself class with a background color message background color border radius. So this one, it's almost the same except that, so sorry, this one was 0 and this one was like this. Okay, then first item, so margin top auto important. Then attachment with a cursor pointer, a width 400 pixel, a border radius of 10 pixel, and a background color of 0.25143. Then we will have a date class with a background color, menu bj color, a border radius of 10 pixel, and a color secondary. All right, now let's see if everything is compiling. Okay, it seems. So let's go now to the browser. Let's see. So it seems good. It's just that we don't have the right border here, but you can see that the picture are working nicely. So let's check what is happening here. So first here, we have a first issue that we need to correct. So now we can see that we have the right image at the right place, but now we still have this one. So then here we need two different classes. So this one is corner self and this one is corner contact. Let's split this one. This one is corner self and we need to modify this in this way. So it's going to be corner contact. Let's refresh and that's okay. But now here we don't have the right color. So let's go to the message component.scss and here the color is wrong. It's the menu bj color. Let's refresh and now the color is right and the little png is right as well. So now let's see. We can send some smiley. Right? Hello. And if we do like this, so let's try to bring those two. So hi. So you can see that here we received the message successfully. So then we have an issue because when we click on a conversation, it doesn't scroll down automatically. So let's go back to our front and here we can see that we have a typo scroll top. So let's refresh it. Let's click and now you see that it's scrolling down even if I say hello, it's still scrolling. So then with two different accounts, if I send a message to Cyril, then hello, how are you? You can see that now here the message has been broadcasted, but as well as here you see that the user didn't see it. So when we click, it disappears and now it should be viewed. Yes, so it means that it works. And so now if I answer, I'm good, and you can see that it's directly viewed because the user is already inside the conversation. Let's try with an image, for example. So they are a bit big, but let's try. So you can see that the image has been sent successfully and that I can download it by just clicking on it. So, I hope that you learned a lot from this comprehensive and very long tutorial. You have now a complete WhatsApp clone that you can use with your friends and family. In any case, thank you so much to follow this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one.